Welcome one and all to Digital Day 2021. Today, European leaders, high-level policymakers and stakeholders will bring digital technology to the next level. It is an honor to be with you today. My name is Filomena Cautela. I will be your very charming host for today. This is the fourth iteration of this conference organized by the European Commission under the Portuguese Presidency. Our aim today is to focus on EU member states and present their commitments mainly in the form of declaration to move forward in very strategic areas. Those areas being connectivity, startups and competitiveness, environment and sustainable transformation. These declarations have also been notarized through the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, which actually results from a previous declaration creating the European Blockchain Partnership back in Digital Day 2018. So today, this will be a very exciting, actually an historic and transformative day. The European Commission and the Portuguese Presidency have planned a morning of lively debates on these topics. For the first time, this is very interesting, for the first time, the Green Declaration will be signed by CEOs of several companies in the digital sector. So everyone who's joining us live stream will get to hear from high-level politicians, but also from CEOs from some of the biggest companies in Europe. We are live, and we have people from all over Europe joining us today. Actually, as you can see, we have more than 1,200 digital enthusiasts registered, and much more, trust me, much more around the globe watching us right now. So hello everyone, welcome, and thank you for being with us. We are all set. Yes, I'm not alone here, as you can see. So to kick off today, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome the Prime Minister of Portugal to open the fourth edition of the Digital Day. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of Portugal, o nosso Primeiro-Ministro, senhoras e senhores, António Costa. Olá, Sr. Primeiro-Ministro.
Bom dia.
Bom dia para si.
Good morning,
Good morning, Prime Minister. Good morning. Morning, everybody. Good morning, Commissioner.
For the linguistic diversity which enriches our union by speaking in Portuguese. É a capacidade de inovar e de empreender que tem permitido às
It's the ability to innovate and to take initiatives which has allowed all our societies to develop throughout history. And that's also going to be the way in which we will be able to get through this economic and social crisis provoked by the pandemic, stronger and better prepared. Over the last few months, we've taken very firm and determined steps to try to ensure that Europe's recovery will be in line with the two challenges we face in the future. First of all, the green transition, and on the other hand, the digital transition. We've made provision for that specifically in the regulations for the European Recovery Instrument, setting minimum amounts for investments to be targeted to these two very important drivers of economic recovery. So we're talking about a fair, just and green recovery. And innovation, entrepreneurship will not just be key catalysts for a short-term recovery, but they will also be truly transformative factors. They will promote structural changes in the economy, promoting competitiveness and creating jobs, speeding up the way to this double transition that we're committed to achieve. And we have to try to overcome, at the same time, the challenges which still persist in the way in which the entrepreneurship ecosystem has developed in Europe. We have to be honest with ourselves. We can no longer accept the feeling that we don't have the ambition to overcome the very slow growth in Europe compared to other parts of the world. We shouldn't be putting up with the flow of investment, the flight of investment to more mature markets, particularly the USA. The difficulty of retaining and attracting talent must be overcome. We have to overcome the legal regulatory fragmentation and the way we tackle entrepreneurship in member states, or the difficulty in attracting investment. Europe has to be more business-minded. And over the last few years, we have contributed to trying to achieve this plan. We have been incredibly innovative in the European Digital Scoreboard 2020. If you look at the most dynamic digital countries, we've joined the D9 and the D9 Plus. And we have introduced plans for attracting talent like the tech visa and the startup visa. And every year we host the most emblematic conference in the world in entrepreneurship and digital innovation, which is the Web Summit. Just before the first lockdown in Portugal, about a year ago, we launched the Action Plan for Digital Transition, which is going to be beefed up now with the budget from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, dedicating 23% of the total to these regulations. We're talking about 23% of the total budget to the digital transition. Yesterday, indeed, the Committee of the Regions, the European Committee of the Regions, granted a real distinction to the region of Castelo Branco, naming it a European entrepreneurial region, which highlights the fact that this particular Portuguese region has really committed to a green transition, entrepreneurial culture and cross-border cooperation. Now, and as a part of our presidency, we want to contribute decisively to improving our commitment to an entrepreneurship ecosystem in Europe and to declare Europe as a real startup continent. It's vital for our future that we catch up with the world leaders, perhaps even go beyond those world leaders in this area, that is the United States, Singapore, or Israel, particularly increasing the number of unicorns, increasing the financial value of the ecosystem and the number of jobs in Europe. Our ambition is that Europe can really compete with the most competitive markets, really taking on as a global digital leader in line with the Digital Decade strategy, which was submitted by the Commission on the 9th of March. Now, we won't be able to achieve this ambition without a new cycle, without turning the page. Over the last few months, we've been able to reach agreements within the EU, which nobody would have thought possible a few months ago. And we're very grateful to the Commission for all the efforts that have been made to ensure that these agreements can be reached. It's now within our reach to take advantage of that transformative capacity to look at the area of innovation and entrepreneurship and really create structural changes which will allow us to recover more quickly and at the same time strengthen Europe's resilience for the future. Today we're going to sign two key documents where we're talking about the member states and member states taking part in a whole new system, a decisive framework for this transformative role for entrepreneurship. We're going to sign the European Startup Nation Standard, harmonizing various national plans for the entrepreneurship ecosystem in 27 member states and creating common standards. And then with the European Data Gateway Platform Strategy, we're ensuring that Europe is very much in the forefront of global digital markets and creates digital services in Europe. Then we're going to sign a Green and Digital Transformation of Europe Declaration. And this will contribute to speeding up the role that Europe can play in global leadership in the green digital transformation. And then finally, we're going to be signing the Green Digital Coalition Declaration, which will commit ITC companies in the sector to a more digital future. But in the future, it should also be a greener future. Now, these initiatives underscore the very important commitments entered into in the digital days in previous years. And it's combined with the work that we've been doing as a part of the Portuguese Presidency of the EU, the Digital Services Package, along with the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, the Action Plan for Digital Education, the European Data Strategy, and the White Paper on Artificial Intelligence. This very week, the Council of the European Union gave the green light to the European Digital Programme to finance high-tech projects, investments in the community in areas such as artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, with an overall budget of 7.6 billion euros by 2027. In June this year, the Digital Assembly, the Lisbon Declaration, will be signed. This will be a basis, a foundation which will promote respect for European values and fundamental values in the digital environment, encouraging the digitalization of the economy as a factor of prosperity and competitiveness, and encouraging international cooperation in this area. And it's thanks to that international cooperation that on that very same date we will be inaugurating the Ella Link cable, which will link Europe, Africa and South America. And that will contribute immensely to greater European digital autonomy for infrastructure and data, and it will also enhance Europe's connectivity to the rest of the world. So this is a transformative boost. And today we are announcing the creation of a new European entrepreneurship structure, which we're calling the Europe Startup Nations Alliance. And this will be a tool for implementing European plans in this area. This will be an organization with a permanent structure located in Lisbon, and it will contribute to the European symbol of the area of entrepreneurship. It will really strengthen the European framework, and it will avoid the flight of entrepreneurs to other areas of the world. It will retain and attract talent, and it will make sure that Europe is more autonomous and more steady and firm in the digital area. This will ensure that we have a more effective entrepreneurship ecosystem. It will be more effective, focused on getting results. This is very much in line with the Portuguese Presidency's motto, time to deliver a fair, green and digital recovery.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. It was a pleasure to be with you, an honor to be with you today. Muito obrigada, Sr. Primeiro-Ministro. Nunca me vou esquecer do dia em que dançámos a valsa na televisão nacional. I will translate it later, I promise.
Thank you very much. I'll never forget when we danced
this is not the time and place. I will just
on television.
I was just explaining to the Prime Minister we have already danced the waltz on national TV. But this is not the time and place to talk about this. Moving along, it is now time for the European Commissioner for the Internal Market to give his opening address for this event. Please welcome Commissioner Thierry Breton. Commissioner.
Well, thank you very much, and muito obrigado, Primeiro-Ministro. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Premier Ministre. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy. I'm extremely happy on my side to be here with you together. That's quite an event that we have ahead of us. And I would like to welcome you for the first Digital Day connecting all of us, as you said, of course in Porto, Brussels, but all around Europe. So, of course, and this has been said, this past year was one of the toughest for all of us. We are not yet out of the crisis, but I could tell you today that the end of the crisis is now in our hands. I believe so. At the same time, the COVID crisis has created an enormous acceleration of the digital transformation. In this context, the timing of this year's Digital Day could not be better. Just last week, the Commission presented our ambition for Europe's digital decade and the compass giving the direction on how to get there. My vision for the digital decade is that a continent, Europe, has to ensure that its citizens and businesses have access to a choice of state-of-the-art technologies that will make their life better, safer, and of course, even greener. Provided, of course, they also have the skills, which is extremely important to use them. So we want to empower all Europeans to see the benefits of the digital transformation alongside the green transition. And when I talk about resilience, about digital sovereignty, this is what I mean. The digital compass translates this ambition into 11 concrete targets by 2030. Because there is no digital decade without millions of best digital engineers, without best connections for everyone everywhere in Europe, without, of course, SMEs being able to use AI or big data, without, of course, which is something extremely important, sustainable processors. Europe now has unprecedented tools.
The sound from the Commission is really, really bad, and the interpreters are really struggling to hear Mr. Breton at all.
Of the national recovery and resilience plans will be dedicated to digital.
I'm sorry, it's really impossible to hear Mr. Breton properly.
Over 130 billion euros ready to be invested in digital in the next year. Today, we are taking steps to move forward in the direction indicated in the vision for the digital decade. Today, member states will endorse 3 important declarations. We know from experience that when member states take a commitment, things happen. Let me give you 3 examples. At the first Digital Day back in 2017, we launched the Digital Opportunities Traineeship scheme to support students in getting work experience in digital technologies. We had set a target of 6,000 trainees by the end of 2020. We have now trained not 6,000, but 17,000. The scheme will be further extended, by the way, in the next years. In 2018, European governments signed 1+ million generous declarations that unlocked cross-border access to previously fragmented data on the human genome. And this data is now used for research, healthcare, and policy making. The same year, a declaration of high-performance computing was signed. Today, it has become the Euro-HPC, a joint undertaking that will put the EU at the forefront of global supercomputing, which is extremely important for our sovereignty. And by endorsing today's declaration of the data gateway on the startups nation and on the green digital transformations, Europe member states are committing to make change happen. So you know very well how data is becoming the common denominator for industrial and technological development, and you know this is one of my most important facts. European companies and public administration produce an immense mine of non-personal data, European data, that we want to make available for our companies. Of course, this data needs the infrastructure to both circulate and to ensure that the data is processed and that value are duly extracted from it. And that is why we believe that global digital connectivity infrastructure is the foundation of the next digital decade, whether it is via underwater cables, space-based connectivity, or transcontinental information networks. Europe's digital independence and its global competitiveness depend on strong and secure internal and external connectivity networks. And I'm happy to see the strong support from member states for resilient and secure international connectivity, including facilitation of data storage and processing markets. So one word on the Startup Nation declaration. Startups are a delivery engine for homegrown innovation and digital breakthrough. Purpose-driven and inventive, they will also drive the digital and green transition. However, to fulfill their potential, and especially their potential to rapidly grow and scale up, startups need more favorable conditions everywhere they are in Europe. We must all work together to pursue these goals. The EU Startup Standards, which is launched today, is a crucial tool to support member states in sharing and implementing best practices for helping startups grow. And I'm delighted to see such widespread support today from member states for this initiative. And of course, I would like to welcome the Prime Minister's announcement that Portugal will kickstart the investment in support of an aggregator, an ecosystem builder for startups. Together, we, Commission and Member States, can take concrete actions to transform Europe into a startup continent. On green and digital transformation declaration, Europe's future depends, of course, on the successful achievement on this twin digital and green transition. Both have the transformative power to strengthen Europe's industrial base and innovation potential. Data, supercomputing, sensors, AIs render our economic sectors more efficient, and they are critical enabler when it comes to reaching our climate targets. We know that the objectives of the Green Deal cannot be achieved without the use of digital networks, technologies, and of course, applications. The Digital Green Coalition to be launched today and the declaration signed by member states are a very positive sign of concrete commitment to this approach. And to support this, we are currently developing with member states a digital clean tech investment initiative, pooling European, national, and private funding to support the incubation and scale-up of digital clean tech ventures. So I look forward to working with all of you to ensure that the European tech sector will be stronger and to ensure that Europe truly makes its digital decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, to be with us today. It is an historic day we are living today, I'm telling you. It is time now to introduce the first panel of the day dedicated to data, and more specifically, to a declaration by member states on the European Data Gateway. Okay, what is this about? It's all about connectivity and being able to connect with one another across this huge planet. And we know this has become a vital condition to this new global way to work, to communicate, even to fall in love. Forget I said this. Global connectivity is the foundation of the next digital decade. Europe's digital independence and competitiveness at a global scale will also depend on having a strong and secure internal and external network that we know. So, by signing the declaration on the European Data Gateway, member states will signal their support for a stronger and more secure infrastructure, which will facilitate, among other things, the storage of data, connectivity on land, in sea, and in space, and stronger international partnerships. But the fundamental question is, what makes the European Data Gateway different from other data infrastructures? That's what we are here to find out. So let's meet our first speakers. Let's do it. We are here live with all of our speakers already with us. Thank you all for being with us today. It's an honor to have you on this first panel, the panel European Data Gateway. I would start with the Minister for Energy and Digital Development, the Minister of Infrastructure of Sweden, Mr. Anders Ygeman. Hello, thank you so much for being with us. And my question, well, it's simple for me, but not very simple to answer, I think. The question is, we often hear about submarine cables being cut in the Baltic Sea by fishing vessels, that we know. But how do you see the issue of connectivity and security, Mr. Anders? Back to you.
Thank you very much. I think that the security is a vital question for us, and that we have to ensure that we have the highest level of security when we ensure our new communications. And maybe it's not the submarine that this is the greatest threat to us in terms of security, but that we can withhold a great security all over the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anders. Without press now for the High Representative, the Prime Minister for European Digital Policy from Poland, Mr. Krzysztof Szubert. Mr. Krzysztof, thank you so much for being with us. The first question I have is actually Poland sits in the middle of the Black Sea to Baltic Data Gateway. So how do you see our Poland's priorities in the light of this declaration, Mr. Krzysztof?
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. And dear ministers, fellow colleagues, first I would like to start my intervention and maybe a short introduction as well by thanking our host from Portugal and European Commission for making this meeting happen, despite the challenging circumstances we do have right now. First of all, I would like to make a point that we are fully endorse all very important topics and 3 very important declarations to be discussed and adopted today. I also been very happy to listen to the 2 keynote speeches at the beginning and make a couple of notes. So from my perspective and my background, it was really great to see from the Prime Minister pointing out the cross-border regional infrastructure, international cooperation and the formats like D9+, which is great to see that type of formats having much bigger impacts still and in the future. And from the Commissioner Breton mentioning startups, investments, and private funding within the EU digital space, which is really great as well. And it's I'm fully support this both directions. So back to the question. So I have a pleasure on commenting on the topics of data gateways. So in my view, that the EU has the potential of becoming the world-class data hub, that's for sure. But in order to make this happen, we need to work on a common action plan. So first step from my perspective is location. So for connectivity to function effectively, data centers should be spread out across the entire EU territory. This is very important that it will be spread out across the entire EU territory. Only when we have create a network of well-connected and secure data centers, we will be able to compete on the global market. So this is the first point I would like to make. Referring to the regional questions, so I would, from my perspective, as to regions in the world could be the most beneficial for the EU in terms of connectivity. I believe that all 4 suggested directions in the declarations, they are really valid. However, I would like to add to this list as well the Baltic Sea region, so the region we are very close to, and the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea and the African continent. So that area, from my perspective, is extremely important, and basically it's covering as well the political formats we do have within the region, like V4 or 3Cs. We also would like to express our support for the idea of forming an international cross-border digital partnerships. This is, as I mentioned at the beginning, really extremely important, very important direction, and should be always in the center of our digital discussions for the future. It's my pleasure as well to report that we have taken steps to enhance our long-term cooperation within the Visegrad Group, V4. This February, a couple of weeks ago, to mark the 3rd anniversary of the V4, the Poland organized the Jubilee Summit in Krakow, which concluded in the signing by the V4 heads of government a declaration on mutual cooperation in digital projects. So we are actually in the middle of forming the really active actions within the digital space and cross-border regional digital projects. Our countries have committed to bring added value across the region by creating more synergies in the digital projects. In particular, the V4 countries agreed to explore joint digital projects, especially regarding data storage and processing. There is another format I would like to mention, already mentioned at the very beginning. There's a 3Cs initiative. This initiative plays a complementary role to the EU cohesion policy in developing stronger infrastructural links and interregional cooperation. The declaration to be adopted today opens the door for undertaking multi-country projects, which will strengthen our communication capacity. Still, in our view, to obtain concrete results, we should reach out more actively to the business community in the EU and make use of their investment capabilities, which was already mentioned in the opening speech by Commissioner Breton. The good example in this respect might be as well the IPSAID Cloud Initiative. Recently, we took the decision to include IPSAID on cloud infrastructure and services to our plan to give more boost to the cloud and data market. So from our perspective, a bottom-up approach in creating European data hubs would benefit both sides and would speed up the development of the most advanced digital solutions. So that's the point from my side. Thank you for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Krzysztof. That was very interesting. We will now travel to Cyprus, where we are going to meet the Deputy Minister for Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, Mr. Kyriakos. Mr. Kyriakos, thank you so much for being with us today. Good morning. And my question is, as an island, beautiful island actually, Cyprus obviously has a big reliance on submarine cables for its connectivity to the EU. What additional connectivity would Cyprus like to see?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I hope to see you in Cyprus soon, since you like Cyprus. Dear Presidency, dear Commissioner and Ministers, first of all, let me assure you that Cyprus welcomes the inclusion of the European Data Gateway Platforms concept in Europe's 2030 Digital Compass, the European way for the digital decade communication. Cyprus, as an island member state in the periphery of our European Union, is determined to enhance its connectivity to the continental Europe and its partners in Eastern Mediterranean via resilient, high-capacity submarine cables and satellites, becoming a regional data gateway between Europe, Middle East, Israel, North Africa, and Asia. Therefore, increasing and securing submarine connectivity and expanding space-based secure connectivity are the top priorities for Cyprus. In this respect, we are already working on the crafting of a solid connectivity enhancement plan, leveraging the multi-annual financial framework 21-27 and the targeted funding programs. Key design elements of this plan is the synergy among the various financing tools and the engagement of the private sector. In fact, Cyprus has already included specific provisions to the Recovery and Resilience Facility funds for the implementation of multi-country cross-border project in the area of submarine cable connectivity. Cyprus, thanks to its geographic location, is the gatekeeper of EU Mediterranean data gateway platform, and thus we can play a crucial role in the expansion of Europe's connectivity networks towards Eastern Mediterranean, Africa, and Asian Pacific. And in this respect, we are committed to have an active engagement in the project that has been just announced for the strategic plan for how Europe will become a data gateway center that will excel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kyriakos. Thank you so much for being with us. We will now travel to Ireland, where we meet the Minister of the Environment, Climate and Communications and Minister for Transport, Mr. Ian Ryan. Mr. Eamon, thank you so much for being with us. Good morning. My question is, one of the big cross-border connectivity projects Ireland is looking at the Celtic Interconnector Energy Cable. So the question is, do you see the same need for digital infrastructure?
Yes, and I think the two can go together. The digital revolution complements the clean energy revolution, and the digital revolution requires clean energy to be able to be part of the climate solution. So absolutely, they go together. And actually running digital cables, you need data connectivity. Can I just put it in a broader perspective? We have a long history of submarine cables. The first telegraph cable between Europe and North America started in the west of Ireland in 1857. Mr. Marconi started it. It broke the first 4 occasions, often after laying hundreds of kilometers of cable, the cable broke. But on the 5th occasion, it worked. So it teaches you a lesson in perseverance and thinking big. Currently, we have very good connectivity with the United Kingdom. We have 10 submarine cables and 2 more on the way. We also have significant connection with North America, 3 submarine cables and another on the way. But we don't have connectivity with our European Union colleagues because the UK have left the European Union now. So we need greater connectivity with our European Union colleagues. Some projects already started. We're looking at a spur from a cable from Denmark to North America to connect into Ireland, connect us to Denmark. We're looking at a new cable to connect to Iceland. So we see the connections to our northern neighbours, but what we need now is also to connect to the south. And in connecting to the south, provide some of these gateway capabilities where some of the routings across from North America to Ireland could then travel further south to our southern European neighbours and beyond. My colleagues, was it my Polish colleague there, rightly saying, we have to think really big here, think of our connections to Africa and beyond. So I hope that history we have of submarine cables will serve us well, but it's time now in my mind, not just look west, but to look south.
Yes, very interesting. Thank you so much, Mr. Eamon. That was very, very interesting. We'll now travel to Greece, where we're going to meet the Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Kyriakos Pierrakakis. Mr. Kyriakos, thank you so much for being with us. My question is, well, it's not that simple, but the question is, clearly, submarine cables are very important to Greece as a Mediterranean member center, of course, but are there other gaps in terrestrial connectivity you think we need to close as a result of this declaration? Over to you.
Morning from Athens. It's a great joy to be with you. Congratulations to the Portuguese Presidency for organizing the event. And let me go straight to the topic at hand. Obviously, when one is designing such projects, the whole idea is that you need to have both legal instruments in place and regulatory capacities that need to be built. And the European Union has done that. It's doing that in order to create a data space which will be able to then enable the infrastructural decisions. The Open Data Directive, the regulation regarding the free flow of non-personal data, the Data Governance Act have obviously played this role, and together with the GDPR have further enabled the European Union to act as a regulatory superpower. What we also need to do, of course, is what your question implies. We need the infrastructural decisions, both in the submarine cable sphere, but also overall in the connectivity infrastructure throughout the Union. And this infrastructure, in my view, is very significant and could be financed by the new instruments that we have in place through the RRP, through the post-COVID EU-based reconstruction funds, where it's extremely important to make those decisions in a very sound manner on the basis of the viewpoint of each member state. Each member state can leverage geographic position. Each member state can significantly focus on those investments. Greece could serve obviously as a hub connecting the EU with the Western Balkans, the Middle East and North Africa. And thus we plan to use and leverage the European structural funds and the RRP in order to further focus on those infrastructural decisions. And I have to say that we're obviously very much looking forward to the Digital Connectivity Fund, which looks very much like a similar decision, a similar policy decision that we have made, an initiative called the Festos Fund, which we used as part of our 5G auction process in order to create a 5G ecosystem. Thus, we need to look at all the financing tools that are available. Each member state needs to conduct a gap analysis on the basis of what infrastructure we feel is missing. On certain cases, we need submarine cables, even for backhauling of 5G. On other cases, one needs to overall invest in the space ecosystem. And this is an initiative very much advanced by Commissioner Breton, in which we very much endorse as a member state. Thus, as we move along in these contours, we feel that we have the regulatory means in place, we have the strategy in place, and thus whatever is necessary is there, and what we need to move forward is with the relevant political will to make all these decisions, all these financing decisions. We are at the point where we should be, and we're ready to move forward. Thank you.
No doubt about it. Thank you so much, Mr. Kyriakos. Wonderful day in Greece, as I can see. So thank you so much for being with us. We will now go to Romania, where we'll meet the Minister for Research, Innovation and Digitalization, Mr. Ciprian Teleman. Mr. Ciprian, thank you so much for being with us. Good morning. The question is, the Black Sea is such an important gateway for Europe. How do you see this declaration helping improve connectivity to the EU's neighborhoods? And good morning again, Mr. Ciprian. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Dear Prime Minister António Costa, dear Commissioner Thierry Breton, dear colleagues, a few words. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to the Portuguese Presidency and the European Commission for organizing the 4th edition of this very important and dynamic event, Digital Day. I'm very happy to announce that Romania has signed all the 3 ministerial declarations and as well digitalization is at the core of the Romanian government priorities to transform the country into a digital hub of eminence, innovation, research, where people can develop their great ideas and transform them into the future breakthrough products. And our companies can reach the highest levels of development and expansion in EU and worldwide. I think this is the best contribution we can bring to the very ambitious objectives EU has, and as they were underlined in the Digital Compass communication. As is clearly showed by our new lifestyle due to the pandemic situation, and as we are now meeting more and more in virtual formats than physically, there is no doubt that connectivity, including data connectivity, is crucial for our economic and social activities and for continuing to ensure our competitiveness. But connectivity is also crucial for the entire digital transformation, both within the EU and in the EU's relation with its partners. Concerning Black Sea, we welcome the reference in the ministerial declaration to the EU, Baltic Sea and Black Sea platform with a specific geopolitical significance for coordination and capacity building in those respective regions. The Black Sea region has a special economic, geopolitical and strategic importance for EU because the areas of cooperation are so wide and far beyond marine, such as education, science, innovation, digitalization, connectivity, transport, culture, tourism, and so on. The increasing strategic importance of the Black Sea to the EU and the need to harness the new opportunities for economic development, resilience, and connectivity in the region were clearly underlined by the Council in its conclusions from June 2019. Definitely, this declaration will represent a next step for EU to develop connectivity projects and strategic bridges, including as concerning digital infrastructure and cybersecurity in the Black Sea region. Especially nowadays in the context of pandemic, this will be essential for the economic development and the well-being of all citizens of the region and also of the EU overall. By focusing on connectivity, we open up new ways of cooperation between EU and the Black Sea region towards building critical systems, innovative digital and cybersecurity infrastructures, capacity building, but equally will bring together academia, industry, policymakers to address further the challenges ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ciprian. And actually, thank you all of the speakers for this first panel. Thank you all for such an interesting talk. This was the first panel of the day. We have so much more coming, but thank you so much for being with us today. Have a wonderful day on this fourth Digital Day. Thank you. But actually, as you all must know, the European Data Gateway Declaration has already gathered considerable support from member states this year. Connectivity is as important as ever, as it has allowed member states to sign this declaration remotely, and it is our pleasure to be able to announce to you the signatures of the European Data Gateway Declaration. Let's do this. this is an historic day we are living here today. So now it's time for IT. IT is now time to set the stage for our second panel of the day, which will focus on the subject of European startups as a key to Europe's social and economic future. That we know. Startups are not only at the heart of European competitiveness, but are also a crucial driving force behind the green and digital transformation. European startups have proven their capacity to develop breakthrough innovation in response to citizens' needs. They can create new jobs and reinforce Europe's traditional industry. Yes, I said startups are crucial, but yet they are struggling. We need to create an environment to help startups grow and eventually scale up to large, successful corporations at a global level. In order to do so, the European Commission, together with its member states and stakeholders, has identified a number of best practices that will provide fertile ground for startups to grow and thrive. These best practices have already successfully worked in at least some member states, so we now know they actually work. Our goal today is to turn every member state into a startup nation and Europe into a competitive startup continent capable of rapidly adjusting, exploiting, and setting global trends. So let's meet our speakers for the next panel. Let's go. Yes, Startup Nation Standard. Our first question and our first guest is here with me today, the Secretary of State for the Digital Transition, Mr. Andreas Wild. Andrea, thank you so much for being with us. My first question is simple. Oh, it's so good to have you here on stage with me. Even with the social distance, this is amazing. Thank you for being here. But can a startup secure global success from a European base? That's the question for you today.
Hello, Philomena. Let me start by greeting the other members of this distinct panel. In fact, this is a great momentum for Europe and for its entrepreneurship ecosystem, based on the important announcement made by the Portuguese Prime Minister and the Commissioner Thierry Breton that it will be launched in Portugal a new entity, the European Startup Nations Alliance, in line with the declaration signed this morning by almost all the EU member states promoting the Startup Nation standards and best practices. This is a unique opportunity for Europe to step ahead and position itself as a true startup continent. The signature by the great majority of the 27 member states in relation to the 3 declarations signed this morning demonstrates the level of commitment and priority given by the member states to the green and digital agenda, transforming the Digital Day into a big success. I would like to thank all the representatives from the 27 member states, and in particular also the collaboration from the team from DG Connect that made their best efforts to materialize this shared vision. Now going to your question, Philomena, can a startup secure global success from a European base? In fact, this is the reason why I believe a startup can secure global success based in Europe, based on a higher level of harmonization and cooperation between the 27 member states. Harmonization and cooperation. This is the key for this new cycle that we want to promote in terms of entrepreneurship. This is still a challenge because when we look to the European performance in terms of startups ecosystem, in fact, Europe is still lagging a little bit behind when compared with other regions of the world when it comes to producing, in relative terms, more startups, attracting investment, generating jobs and market value. We need to do better if we want to compete with USA, Israel, or some countries in Asia. It is common knowledge that in later series of the investment phases, we tend to see many high potential startups or potential unicorns moving to the US since the bulk of the high risk investors are there. One of the challenges for Europe is to exactly stop being a playground for others, in the words of Mrs. von der Leyen, and have the capacity to retain and even attract startups and talent. We need to make sure that magic does happen in Europe. And for this, we need to harmonize policies like this declaration is intended to do. We need to have a single and central voice with ramifications to all member states involving them. And we need to create a data platform that maps out the entire ecosystem, including a marketplace logic to reach our maximum potential of opportunities. And yes, we need to have a growth strategy to generate more unicorns like the digital decade indicates. This is the kind of challenges that we wish to respond with the Europe Startup Nations Alliance.
Yes, thank you so much, Andrea. This was amazing. I will keep this phrase. We have to make magic happen in Europe. That's amazing.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next guest is here with us, and I will now travel to Czech Republic, where we have the Deputy Minister for Digitalization, and Innovation. Czech Republic, Mr. Petr Oko. Mr. Deputy Minister, thank you so much for being with us. Yes, we have here the Deputy Minister.
Yes.
The question is very simple. Thank you so much for being with us. Good morning, actually. What opportunities do you see in your country for national policymakers to create more growth-friendly conditions for the startups?
Yes, good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity and also for this whole initiative, because I think it's very, very important. So to your question, actually, I would like to make 3 points. First, smart regulation. Second, mindset. And the third one is incentives. Actually, all of 3 have to be in place. And then I think we can do the magic, as you have mentioned, and to generate substantially more unicorns in Europe, as we all wish. First, regulation. I think it's valid on the national level in the Czech Republic, but also on the European level. It has to be smart. It has to be. It has to have clear rules, easy rules. Establishment of company has to be quick, digital, and so on. But we also speak about the whole environment. Actually, if we speak, for example, now about regulation of artificial intelligence in Europe, we will be very happy to have many AI-oriented unicorns. But if we have too heavy AI regulation, then probably we kill innovative spirit in the EU. So we could continue with many other regulations, and I think this is very much a prerequisite of innovation and startup-friendly environment in the Czech Republic as well as in the European Union. Second point is mindset. Actually, young people or people of all ages have to see positive examples, and we have to help them to bring the best practice, how to have successful startup. I think there's a lot of wonderful initiatives in Europe that help with mindset, but we need to be actually more active in this, I think, and also not to be close to third countries that are actually successful in generating and helping to startup environment. We speak about US, we speak about Israel, and we should be open to third country startups and bringing them to help us and bring best practice to Europe. That's our mindset. And then we have incentives. Incentives can be of many kinds. And personally, I like very much European Innovation Council activities that are very actually very helpful in helping the European startups to scale up. We have a very good and very successful history of SME instrument, EIC accelerator, and so on. And these are wonderful instruments that we would like to also follow in the Czech Republic, and we follow in the Czech Republic. We support many innovation hubs that focus on strategic areas like artificial intelligence, like crisis response. Actually, we see in the Czech Republic many startups that actually develop wonderful solutions that are in response to the crisis. And we would like to have a special innovation hub that will directly respond to questions related to resilience and recovery in Europe and to future crisis problems. But there are many more topics, future of mobility, aging, and so on. And we actually are building a set of innovation hubs here in the Czech Republic. So I think there is a lot of tools that we can use. Maybe one last point I would like to mention, I think also wonderful initiative that is actually in a way related is actually the network of digital innovation hubs. It's not purely focusing on startups, I know, but it's focusing on helping small companies with the digital issues and with the new technologies, AI and so on. So this is something we very much appreciate, and we work on that here in the Czech Republic. And I think in the network of digital innovation hubs, we see great cooperation between Commission and the member states, and I think this is the way forward. So these 3 points: smart regulation, mindset, and smart incentives. This is what I would pick and emphasize on the level of the Czech Republic, but also on the EU. And thank you again for organizing this wonderful event.
Thank you for being with us, Mr. Deputy Minister. This was very, very interesting. We'll now go to Spain, where we have the Secretary of State for Digitalization, Ms. Carme Artigas. Ms. Carme, thank you so much for being with us. Have a wonderful morning. Our question for you is this: what more can the EU countries do to let the deep tech capital in our universities and research centers spin off into startups?
Yes, good morning all. I'm so enthusiastic to be part of this panel. I think, first of all, we must recognize the huge potential that European research centers and universities have to launch a spin-off and a startups. Therefore, we should more actively promote programs that help translate research and innovation into entrepreneurial opportunities. In particular, in Spain, we will do that by enhancing the role of apps and also with a new national entrepreneurship office. And also, I think we should promote entrepreneurship skills and culture within our universities and research centers in a more agile way to register IP rights. But having said that, it is also very important that we enhance our cooperation to attract more investment for European entrepreneurs. In that sense, Spain is preparing to launch very soon a new fund, the Next Tech Private and Public Venture Capital Fund, just aimed to fund deep techs and scale up. And this fund is very well aligned with the recent announcement that France made last week, and also Germany and Italy. And in that sense, I think that this fund can be the embryo of a real European association of national venture capital funds. This is an idea I want to launch today. Probably it's a very radical idea, but I think that it's good that we not only look on our own funding to fund our only member entrepreneurs, but that all entrepreneurs in Europe have access not only to the national venture capital funds, but also to other member states' national funds. So with this idea of European Association of National Venture Capital Funds, I want to propose that, for example, a Spanish scale-up that has received a Series B funding from our national venture fund could have access for co-investment to other member states. And I think we could really have a network of co-investment that really scales up the opportunities of our companies. So it is crucial that we work more closely together and give the chance to our companies to compete on a global stage. And I think today is really the kickoff of a true European digital decade.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Carmen. Thank you for joining us from Spain. We will now travel to Denmark. We have the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Business and Financial Affairs, Mr. Brian Vessel. Mr. Brian, thank you so much for being with us. Our question is this: what is the Danish view of the European collaboration on creating a friendly ecosystem for startups? Mr. Brian.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all. Thank you to the presidency in Portugal and to the Commission for organizing such a great event. I think we're all eager to meet in person, but clearly this is the next best thing, especially if it's so professionally organized. So thank you for that. And also, I would like to congratulate the Portuguese presidency to secure broad support for such an important agenda for this declaration on Startup Nations Standard of Excellence, which is indeed important, and where a European, helping each other with this best practices is very important and very, very good. We are firm supporter of the declaration's message. Startups and scale-ups are an essential part of the European economy, and we can do even better. We need the best available ecosystem for these businesses to grow and prosper, and for Europe to make most out of the recovery, especially after COVID-19, which we are hopefully soon getting out of. So for us, it's a great idea to share these best practices, and so that our startups and scale-ups meet the best initiatives that we have to offer when we combine all our resources. As you might recall, we did have some reservations on some of the initiatives included in the current list, and this pertains to the initiatives on taxation of stock options and business angels. So I have to say that even though we are great supporters of all the other best practices and us agreeing on this today, in Denmark we aspire to tax types of income equally, which is why we view these proposals as controversial when it comes to taxation of stock options and business angels. We find that such tax practices, given the politically chosen level of public expenditure, and in the absence of market failures, can be distortive and reduce economic welfare and productivity and increase inequality and administrative burdens. So please understand that this is an important controversial point for Denmark, but we really wanted to sign this declaration anyway, because the rest of it, in our view, and the work you've done to have these best practices collected are very important, and we wholeheartedly support them. So therefore, we are very happy to sign this declaration today and keep continuing to work with you and all our other European friends on this very important issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. It is our honor to have your signature on this declaration. Thank you for being with us. We will now go to Lithuania, where we have Mr. Egle Markevičiūtė, the Vice Minister of the Economy and Innovation. Hello, Mr. Egle. Our question is very, very simple. Egle Markevičiūtė, does the green and digital industrial transition present a specific opportunity for startups? What's your take on this?
Good afternoon, good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome and congratulate all the EU member states signing the Declaration on EU Startup Nations Standard of Excellence. Lithuania has joined this declaration because there cannot be a better timing to forward this initiative, as COVID-19 challenges forced us to unite our efforts in pursuing innovative solutions. Moreover, we need to look at startups from a broader perspective and create the best conditions for businesses to grow and expand not only within Europe, but also globally. This is much needed in Europe. I certainly believe that we can all admit that green transition and digital transformation will be the basis of economic recovery in Europe. And indeed, the green and digital transition is the perfect opportunity for different sectors and for startups in particular. Circularity, a Green Deal, digitalization are the guiding principles for our future. And now we need to move further towards this transformation. While empowering the green and digital transformation, startups could also be one of the sources and the basis of economic recovery. And certainly the use of RRF and other relevant EU instruments are the clear expression of this momentum. It is essential that we, the EU member states, should have a clear position on the share of RRF for startups. Lithuania has a lot of initiatives planned specifically towards that. At the initiative of our ministry, it is planned to attract through RRF one of the top 10 global accelerators and to establish a specialized accelerator in Lithuania. Our ambition might be seen as very big from a bigger country's perspective. However, I would like to emphasize that the Baltic states, which together share only around 7 million population, have 7 unicorns at the moment, and we see the digital and green transformation as an opportunity to forward this further. We support the idea of leading the way on digital transformation globally, showing that new digital technologies and data can be used and shared in a fair, open, and democratic way. Obviously, the green transition and the digital transformation helps industry to become more proactive, provide opportunities for small and medium businesses, startups to create and develop new solutions for a sustainable and more competitive Europe. We need to mobilize the financial potential of the RRF and the practical momentum of COVID-19 challenges that arose last year to make the new and inclusive start for startups. So in conclusion, the green and digital transformation can help us transform our economies via startups, and we should definitely use it. The time is now.
Yes, the time is now. Thank you so much, Mrs. Egle. It was a pleasure and an honor to have you with us today. The time is now. We will now move to Italy, where we shall meet the Vice Minister for Economic Development, Mrs. Alexandra Tode. Mrs. Alessandra, thank you so much for being with us. My question for you, to beautiful Italy, oh my God, I miss Italy so much. Do you think startups have been getting the necessary levels of support from national policymakers? What's your take on this?
Thank you very much, and thank to the European Union for the launch of EU Startup Nation Standard of Excellence, where crucial areas for startups development are addressed of fast startup creation, attraction and retaining of talents, innovation and access to finance. The Italian Ministry of Economic Development in 2012 launched a dedicated startup policy focused on innovative startups. Indeed, this policy has been crucial for the development of an innovative startup ecosystem in Italy. To date, there are 12,000 active innovative startups that are growing in terms of increasing employment, 85,000 workers, and value added, 1.2 billion euro of added value. These companies proved to be resilient over the COVID crisis, where the number, instead of declining, continued to rise due to the main strength, strong aptitude for digital and smart working, speed and flexibility in responding to new market needs, high level of technical and IT skills. This progress has certainly been possible thanks to the national policy which develops around main areas such as administrative simplification, access to finance, direct support and talent attraction. Let me make some examples. In Italy, there is the possibility of creating a startup digitally and without administrative costs, with a saving estimated of 2,000 euros per enterprise. Up to now, more than 3,500 innovative startups have been created thanks to this modality. On access to finance, the National Innovation Fund, it was created in 2019 with an initial amount of resources equal to 1.2 billion euros, providing venture capital for the creation and the scale-up of startups, around 300 million euro of operation in 2019-2021. We are also fiscal incentives for capital investors in innovative startups, 95 million euros of investment since 2016-2019. An important role is the one of the Central Fund of Guarantees for Small Medium Enterprises. Since 2012, startups receive guarantee banking financing for 1.4 billion euros. Attraction of talents from extra-EU countries is possible thanks to the program Italia Startup Visa, which allows to foreign citizens to get a visa for the creation of innovative startups in Italy. At the end of 2019, 250 Italia Startup Visas have been granted to extra-EU entrepreneurs. In response to the COVID-19 crisis, the Italian government has reinforced the above measures and also has introduced new ones. Among others, a fund of technology transfer has been set up, an Air Tech Foundation, with a new endowment of 500 million euros on 2020, which will support, among its objectives, the growth of startups and scale up with high innovative potential. In the proposal for the recovery plan, we intend to reinforce the national network for technology transfer, made of competence centers, digital innovation hubs for the diffusion of technologies from research and big companies to small, medium enterprises and startups. Last but not least, the Italian G20 Digital Economy Italian Presidency will give special attention to artificial intelligence and startups, where we will work on G20 policy options on how to enhance the diffusion of AI among startups and small medium enterprises. We still have a lot to do, and we think that all together in Europe, in the framework of the Startup Nation Declaration, can effectively build the EU as a whole in a startup continent capable to rapidly keep in pace with global trends. And Italy will be an active partner in planning a virtuous and lasting path for innovative startups and scale-ups.
Thank you so much, Alessandra. Thank you so much, Mrs. Vice Minister. We will now go to Germany, and this is very, very exciting. We have the Commissioner for the Digital Industry and Startups and Federal Government Coordinator of German Aerospace Policy, Mr. Thomas Jarzembek. Mr. Thomas, thank you so much for being with us. This is very exciting for me. In our discussion, we have already gained many impressions of possible measures to promote startups at the union level and at the national level. In your view, what are the important points for promoting startups?
Yes, I very much appreciate for being here, and a huge compliment especially to the Portuguese presidency, which pushed really, really hard. And I can say in the beginning, there might have been some irritations about positions from Germany, but that shows that this is a truly good initiative because it helped us in the government also to defeat these forces who were too bureaucratic. And so in the end, it's a really good initiative. I can only stress that out. And so we are proud to be part of that here. And when in the beginning it was said we need more magic, I would say we also need more courage. Both of them is necessary. Because if we look at the global startup ecosystem, we see so many unicorns starting in the United States, especially in Silicon Valley. And we also see that we are challenged out of China. And once there are Chinese companies coming here to Germany and say we're going to buy fintechs for $100 billion, we know that this is happening today and we need more financial power. This is really important. And therefore, we appreciate the cooperation with the EIF, the EIF. We are partnering for about $4.7 billion, also with a specific Corona program that we established for startups last year. Thank you for that. And we have a good track record together, and we are starting right now for a real huge jump for the next part. This is the German Future Fund. And we're going to invest $30 billion additionally, $30 billion additionally in the startup ecosystem, $10 billion out of euros, 10 billion euros from the government side and 20 billion euros from private actors. And so I think this is really important, but money isn't everything. And so the good practices are truly important. And in this initiative, we are right now in a legislative act for making ESOP better. We think in the Ministry of Economic Affairs here in Germany that this is a key question. And also the question about migration from talents. And we started a law 2 years ago, for instance, with service centers to help out our embassies to be faster when it comes to deliver visas to talents and to founders from other countries. We believe this is truly important. Also, diversity is key, especially when we look at the question of female founders. This is something very important for the German government, and we are starting an initiative right now for fostering female entrepreneurs. That's truly important. And in the end, we are doing a lot in networking. We have a DE Hub initiative, and with 12 locations all over Germany, we try to bring together SMEs, corporates, and startups in specific fields. And in the end, for me, a very important thing, and that's the last thing, and I would pledge when there's also the Commission here on board, that this must not only be a standard and best practices for the member states, but also for the EU by itself. And what I'm working personally very hard on is getting better opportunities for startup in public procurements. And this is truly important. And we have seen right now, before we had this declaration when it comes to digital infrastructure, and specifically when we look right now at the good idea of the Commission of creating an internet satellite constellation over Europe. This is a huge project which might end up to 15 billion euros, which is really a lighthouse for Europe. And we would like to see this to be built by startups. I think the Commission should start here right now. A minimum of 25% share for startups in this initiative, the ESSC. That would be a strong signal from Europe for the startup ecosystem. And we see specifically in space, there are startups that are pushing the world. You see SpaceX and others, and they were created by government procurement. And so this is what we shall do. And therefore, we are planning in Germany to make a huge impact for startups in the public procurement of the European Commission. And therefore, my best thanks and wishes for all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Thank you all for this very interesting debate, and thank you all the speakers of this panel. We have now Mr. Breton is with us again. I think he's ready for us. Yes? Commissioner, are you there? Yes. Hello again. Thank you so much for being with us, Commissioner. Well, Commissioner, this is a true classic on these meetings. We have to for you to unmute because we cannot hear you at this time. This is classic. If this didn't happen, it wouldn't be as good. Can we unmute the sound for the Commissioner so we can hear him properly?
C'est bon là? That's okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yes, perfect now.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Great. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so few remarks at this stage, if you allow me. First, I spoke earlier this morning about our ambition for the digital decade, about, of course, our digital sovereignty, which is extremely important for us, and, of course, of our resilience. All this depends on the creativity and talents of our entrepreneurs. They are the ones who push the boundaries of resilience and, of course, of innovation, of technology, and of science. Their track record is well established globally. Europe has tremendous talents and, of course, also tremendous opportunities. And it is an exciting time to be an entrepreneur in Europe. I say it, of course, myself, or as a former startup founder, and of course, as a commissioner in charge of industry and SMEs. Europe is the continent to watch, building a dynamic early-stage ecosystem in tech. We have seen this very concretely. European unicorn helping the society in a profound way. I am talking about BioNTech, who were the first to deliver an approved mRNA-based COVID-19 vaccine, a startup that grew with European research grants and private growth capital. BioNTech is not alone. We have a robust pipeline of talents we are nurturing in every corner of Europe, from a Danish fintech startup that facilitates free investment to a French digital startup that connects suppliers and retailers. Our mission is then to ensure startups have the condition to grow and use the single market as their native market, as their launchpad for growth. We are already good at creation. The number of startups in Europe is creating is today, and I know this is something that we are not aware of, is definitely comparable to the US. But we need to get better at sustaining growth. That's really our objective and maybe the issue today. Not enough of European startups are scaling up and moving beyond to become unicorns. Some even leave to third countries and scale up there. This is why the Digital Compass, we have set the goal of doubling the number of EU-created unicorns by 2030. But how do we get there? For a start, we need to focus on creating more favorable conditions for startups at all phases of their life cycle and in all member states. Setting up attracting talents, treatment of stock options, participating in public procurements, all this must be simplified. Access to growth finance is absolutely essential and has become even more critical with the COVID-19 crisis. The national recovery and resilience plans are a key opportunity to provide more growth capital in Europe and invest in the future of European startups. And finally, we want to ensure that startups promote diversity and inclusion, as the EU is not only about innovation and growth, but also about values and opportunities for all. The EU Startups Nation Standards that we launched today encompasses all these areas of action. It is an initiative that will mobilize policymakers, startup community, investors and employees around the best practices that will help our companies to grow and to flourish. All these practices in the Startup Nation Standards are already successfully implemented in one or more EU member states and beyond Europe. They have shown clear results. However, these good practices are still more, let's say, the exception than the rules. The idea behind the Startup Nation Standards is to make them the general rules, to turn all member states into startup nations and the EU into a startup continent. By extension, it is the route for the EU to become the scale-up continent by the end of this digital decade. So I would like to congratulate all those ministers who signed the EU Startup Nation Declaration for their commitment to take these specific actions to support startup growth. I also extend my thanks and truly appreciation to the Portuguese government for their commitment to work with the startup communities of all member states and support them on their path to becoming EU startup nations. The benefit could be absolutely massive, as startups are best positioned to drive the green and digital transition. And ultimately, they are key for creating jobs, of course, and reinforcing the resilience of the EU economy and society. So thank you very much, and thank you for your commitment. And,
Commissioner, thank you so much. Before I let you go, we have just one final question we have for you, which is how can we reinforce, how can we use best the European strengths to drive innovation? If we could just reinforce how we could do this.
Well, you know, I first never forget that we are a continent. And by the way, sometime, you know, it's we are 50% more inhabitants than in the US. We are a very large continent, and we are a very important market, the largest today in terms of economic in the world. So that's a fantastic opportunity. And of course, my mission, at least where I'm standing now, is to make sure that we don't have any barriers between member states, so that all this could benefit from a startup. So that's really something that I would like to tell you today. I will work every day to make sure that, again, our internal market will be totally fluid, so that the startups will be able to benefit from it. And there's one other thing I would like to tell you also, which is something different. But in space, we are the second space power today on the planet. And we definitely want to not only to maintain, to keep this position, but to continue this area. And I'm amazed with the number of startups that we see. And I agree with Thomas in space and connectivity. we need, again, to help this startup ecosystem and small actors. And I will work for even more favorable environment for startup space, because I'm a strong believer that we could attract, of course, first to develop our internal talent, but attract a lot of talent also not coming from the EU, which is also something that I wish we could do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your kindness, and thank you for being with us today. As you know, the Startup Nation Standard Declaration has also received very strong support from member states, and we will confirm this just now. Well, we have to apologize that due to last-minute changes, all the countries are correct, but there are some outstanding changes to be made on the name. So this is our apology. But yes, we will now move on to our last two panels of the day, which will focus on the environment and more specifically on the relationship between the twin digital and green transitions. At a European level, the discussion on the links between digitalization and the environment has gained huge momentum in recent years. As we know, President Ursula von der Leyen already noted this in the presentation of her political plan before the European Parliament. Both transformations of European society will be key in emerging more strongly from the COVID-19 crisis, creating jobs and spurring growth while achieving climate neutrality in the process. This is amazing. In the Green and Digital Transformation Declaration, member states will pledge to accelerate the use of digital technologies for the good of the environment. Member states will further commit to using cutting-edge technologies such as 5G, 6G, quantum computing, or artificial intelligence. As we mentioned earlier, this declaration will be complemented by an industrial declaration, the Green Digital Coalition. As the other piece of this amazing puzzle, industry will commit to doing its part to ensure not only that technology is used to advance the green transition, but that the digital technologies also are able to reduce their own carbon footprint. This session will be divided into two panels, which will bring together politicians with representatives of the digital industry. Let's meet them. We will meet our speakers, but first, let's welcome again Commissioner Thierry Breton. He is with us again, who will give now a few words on the important subject covered by these two declarations. Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, few words, if you allow me. Hello again. And thank you very much again for bringing us this initiative, and mainly, of course, the digital and green transition. Our EU climate goals provide the impetus for investing in low energy computing, efficient connected devices, and of course better communication equipment, but also in ICT solutions to green other sectors such as precision agriculture or smart buildings. So my goal is for the EU to become a global leader in using data and digitally enabled solutions for a more sustainable and circular economy. The potential of green digital solutions can reduce total emissions by more than 15% or 10 times more than their own footprint. Technology can reduce energy consumption of buildings in the EU by up to 17%, emission in transport logistics by up to 37%, and decrease the use of fuel, pesticides, and fertilizers in agriculture. This potential is, of course, far from being realized today. Now we have to scale up digital solutions to make sure that we maximize the power of data to accelerate the green transition and underpin a sustainable business model. While digital innovation are absolutely essential for attaining the sustainability goals of the Green Deal, the ICT sector itself has to be energy efficient and sustainable. So our digital decade targets fully encompass this dimension. For example, we want cutting edge, but also 10 times more energy efficient processors by 2030. This is a very important subject. We want to drive the data centers to climate neutrality and to make the electronic sector more circular and material efficient. And this is why the commitment of member states and industry leaders to support cleaner digital technologies and to invest into ICT solutions to green other sectors is so timely today. So I will finish with a few words on the Green and Digital Transformation Declaration and the European Green Digital Coalition. With the declaration, all member states commit today to work together to accelerate the use of green digital technologies for the benefit of the environment. And of course, I would like to congratulate all of you for this very important effort. And regarding the coalition, I know very well from my previous experience that getting companies to get together and agree to speak with one voice is not, so to say, an easy task. And it is why this commitment from private companies, a first for the Digital Day, is for me and for all of us a very important achievement. So I welcome the commitment you undertake today to invest in the development and deployment of green and novel digital technologies. European business can lead the world. This is my strong belief in the fast-growing market of clean tech. And of course, I will give my full support, and you could definitely count on it, to the success of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your supportive words, Commissioner. It has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us. And I pledge this. One day we shall meet, Mr. Commissioner. That is my pledge.
Avec plaisir.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you, Commissioner Thierry.
Thank you very much.
Yes, 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 I've won my day. Thank you. It is now time to start for the first round of discussion. So let's meet our speakers. I think they are already with us here in the stage. Do we have our speakers for the next panel? Yes, I think so. This session will deal with the very important issue, the independency of the green transformation and sustainability. Here we have our beautiful pleasure. I'm sorry, I got really excited with the commissioner there, and so my English just turns into Portuguese. But it's a beautiful language anyway. So our first question goes to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mrs. Petra de Sutter, and Minister Timo Harakka from Finland. Thank you so much for being with us today. And the first question is this: how can digital technologies help Europe to come out of the COVID-19 crisis stronger and greener? This is a real challenge, yes?
Yes, thank you very much for this important question indeed. I want to start by thanking the Portuguese Presidency and the Commission, and in particular Commissioner Thierry Breton, for being present here and organizing the Digital Day and putting the focus on green and digital. As a Deputy Prime Minister in the Belgian government, but also being a member of the Green Party, you can imagine that I'm delighted about this. I'm also happy to share this panel with representatives of the private sector and to see that many of them have joined the European Green Digital Coalition, including the Belgian company Proximus, which I salute. I'd like to warmly welcome this commitment of the European Green Digital Coalition, with half of the 26 founding members being telecom companies. Without the commitment of the private sector, we will not be able to reach the Paris Climate Agreement objectives and reduce our CO2 emissions with 55% by 2030, as endorsed by the European Council conclusions of last December. Earlier this week, we received a letter from ETNO, the European Telecommunications Network Operators Association, in view of the European Council of Heads of State and Government later this month, asking member states for strong political guidance on digitalization in the European Council conclusions by taking into account the essential role of telecom operators in shaping a climate neutral, circular and more resilient society. Indeed, this pandemic that we are going through still has taught us that the importance of connectivity cannot be underestimated. This crisis would have been so much worse without stable networks and connectivity to rely on to allow teleworking, e-learning, and social contact with our friends and family. It should be widely recognized that the telecom sector has demonstrated its vital role for society and the economy as a whole. Thanks to the pandemic, as I say, never waste a good crisis, the process to develop a more sustainable society actually got an extra stimulus. It accelerated. For example, COVID has shifted the mindset of employers all over towards telework. Telework is here to stay. As a Minister of Public Administration, I foresee 2 weeks of telework per week for all Belgian federal civil servants after the COVID crisis. The impact on our environment of telework is clear, as is shown by several studies. For instance, in 2020, we had 22% less fatalities in traffic and also less injured than before. Moreover, a study from Transport and Mobility Leuven shows that even 10% less cars during morning rush hour can lead to a decrease of lost working time due to traffic jams with 40%. Digitalization has the potential to facilitate and to enhance adaptation to climate change in many sectors. It presents new opportunities for distance monitoring of air and water pollution, for instance, or for monitoring and optimizing how energy and natural resources are used. For instance, a smart electricity grid that will allow dishwashers to switch on when there is a surplus on energy on the grid, or smart charging of electric cars at the best time of day. This will help avoid demand peaks and provide extra storage when there is renewable electricity oversupply. However, one of the most pressing issues that the pandemic has shown as well is the importance of addressing the EU's digital divide. There are still 15% of people across Europe who have no access to high-speed internet. This has a social and environmental impact. For instance, having access or not provides the possibility or not to telework. Many jobs were saved because people were able to telework during the lockdown. And small businesses, for instance, can take advantage of cloud service, which drastically reduces the ecological footprint of in-house digital equipment. As the Commission highlighted in its communication on Europe's digital decade, presenting a digital compass towards 2030, the COVID pandemic has exposed a new digital poverty, making it imperative to ensure that all citizens and businesses in Europe can leverage the digital transformation for a better and more prosperous life. The European vision for 2030 is a digital society where no one is left behind. I can wholeheartedly subscribe to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Petra. Yes, no one can be left behind. Really inspiring words. We'll now go directly to Finland, from Belgium to Finland, to meet with Mr. Timo Harakka. And it's the same question, it's the same theme. How can we come out of this COVID-19 crisis stronger, greener, through digitalization? Minister Timo, what's your take on this?
Thank you, Philomena, and thank you very much for the good question. And I want to thank the Portuguese Presidency and the Commission for the opportunity to participate in this panel today. I believe there's a strong interdependency with green and digital, and this is my main message today as well. We cannot become greener without digitalization, and on the other hand, we need to consider sustainability in digitalization. The COVID-19 crisis has shown us how crucial it is to have smoothly functioning communications networks. It is a precondition for society and the economy to function. Moreover, availability and interoperability of data has proven critical. Otherwise, we won't get common standards for reliable digital vaccination certifications for travel. I believe that becoming greener does not happen without digitalization. Let me give you an example from transport sector. Transport accounts for over 1/5 of global CO2 emissions, and without digitizing the transport and logistics sectors, we will not reach our climate targets. While digitalization has an immense potential in producing solutions for climate change and other environmental problems, we need to pay more attention to the energy and material efficiency of the technologies and services, as Commissioner Breton just pointed out. So last week, my ministry issued our first climate and environmental strategy for the ICT sector, which accounts for roughly 4 to 10% of the global energy consumption and 2 to 5% of greenhouse gas emissions. So the strategy includes a wealth of measures to minimize the footprint and maximize the positive handprint of the sector. We welcome strengthened cooperation at the EU level and globally on these topics. I believe that climate change is one factor behind the pandemics, and digitalization is cure both to climate change and pandemics. Finally, I want to welcome the Green and Digital Declaration, the Declaration on Startups as well, and as the Data Gateways declarations to which Finland has joined. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you. Oh, obrigado, Minister Timo. That was wonderful. Yes, obrigado. It was the first obrigado of the day. This was amazing. Thank you. We will now go to Latvia for Minister Arturs Toms Plez. Minister Arturs, this is our question. It's very, it sounds simple, but it isn't. What do you think are the obstacles? Let's talk about the obstacles to the green and digital transformation of your country and of the EU as a whole. How do you think they can be best tackled?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And let me first start also thanking the presidency and the Commission for the tremendous amount of work that has been done so far. And I'm so happy to be a part of this distinguished panel today. But let me first start with the example about how we work in Latvia. And in Latvia, environmental and digital portfolios are actually combined under a single ministry, under Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development, which looked like quite a specific combination maybe 10 years ago, but now this embodies the essence of our current endeavor, use of digital transformation to enable green transition. On a national level, we are on the same page with the Declaration on Green and Digital Transformation. We really believe that by putting efforts of different sectors together, we can facilitate green transition by digital technologies, by facilitating development and use of clean and sustainable ICT technologies, and by smart application of digital technologies. Today, we are setting a high-level ambition, but there is much work to be done to implement these actions. First, we must acknowledge that the role of public sector to catalyze this comprehensive societal transformation, and the industry is a significant player in the team. Secondly, our digital and environmental policies are not linked enough, but that's only so far. And thirdly, partnership and teamwork. We have to partner and work together on the EU level much more stronger. So we really see that the declaration on green and digital works as significant stimulus for better cooperation and integration of green and digital in our policies. And on a national level, we are tackling climate change and moving towards climate neutrality as one of its key priorities, facilitated with a range of digital actions, also with the support with RRF funding. Climate neutrality goals can be reached by combining these technological solutions and lifestyle changes in society. And we really see that the data plays an essential role in this sense, and also the green digital technologies for climate neutral digital infrastructure is of high essence. It is also clear in our opinion that green transformation relates to the ICT infrastructure as well. And also here, government can lead by example. As the next steps, we see that great efficiency potential of cloud services, and especially of sharing the cloud resources, not only nationally, but on an EU scale, can really help us to move towards the goal. And here, cooperation between the member states is crucial to contribute to the use of environmentally friendly and energy efficient digital solutions. European Cloud Federation, low power hardware technologies, and other technologies will help and form the foundation of sovereign sustainable value chain for all digital technologies. So I really want to thank all of the players and stakeholders that have been involved so far. We have a lot of work to be done, but I think and I believe that we will manage to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Arturs. Thank you. Goodbye, Latvia. Wonderful place. Well, we have now, for the first time, we have a question to one of our representatives of industry. We have with us the CEO of Vodafone, Mr. Nick Reed. Nick, thank you so much for being with us. This is the first time we have someone from Vodafone, the CEO of Vodafone Group, the largest mobile and fixed network operator in Europe and a global leader. You've spoken before about the importance of purpose as a North Star to any business. The question is, what measures are you taking to eliminate Vodafone's own carbon footprint, and how can the industry ensure its footprint does not increase with this acceleration of digitalization? Mr. Nick.
A fantastic question, and it's a pleasure to be here on such an important topic with a distinguished panel. I think from a business perspective, I have a fundamental belief, which is business success should not come at the expense of the environment. So we really sat down and set very, very specific targets and ambitions for our group. We've done science-based carbon emissions reduction targets for 2030 and an ambition and aim to be net zero by 2040. Let me just put a bit of color to that, sort of inside the company and outside the company. So firstly, inside the company, the largest consumption of carbon emissions for the group is electricity. The largest component of that, 90%, is driven by base stations and data centers. So we've really been working on a couple of things. First of all, driving efficiencies through technology. So if I take the last 5 years, our carbon emissions in Europe has been broadly stable. Yet the data throughput of our networks has gone up over 1,000%. So that means the energy per data consumption unit that we're driving has gone down 90% over that 5-year period. For the electricity that we do use, we set a goal for this July that for Europe, all our European network would be on sustainable sources of electricity going forward. And we are on track to deliver that for this July. We've also set the goal of ensuring that all of our global network will be there by 2025. So we've been very granular, very specific of what we're trying to achieve within the company. And then if I go externally, I'd say that we need to show leadership as an industry. So we sat down with the GSMA, our association for our industry, and I'm working with my peers throughout Europe to say what are those specific targets that we need to have across our sector. We're also ensuring that environmental measures are incorporated within our criteria for vendor selection. So if you want to do business with Vodafone, you have to care about the environment as well. And then finally, I would say that we're working with small businesses to help support them be environmentally friendly moving forward and play their part. From small businesses to large businesses, I really think we can be a key enabler. So I think the really important thing is, when we look at Vodafone, as you say, purpose is important to us. Sustainability is one of the key pillars for our company, and therefore it's front and center to every decision that we make as a company.
Yes. That's what we'd like to hear. Thank you so much, Mr. Nick. Yes, that was amazing. Thank you. We have also with us, it is a pleasure to have also with us, Mr. Jean-Pascal Tricoire, the CEO of Schneider Electric, a company ranked this year as the world's most sustainable company by Corporate Knights. This is absolutely amazing. So the question is, what role and impact do you see digital technologies having on the sustainability transition? Mr. Jean-Pascal, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me tonight. Really delighted to be with the panel. On special thanks to the Portuguese Presidency and Thierry Breton for establishing that necessary link between digitalization and sustainability. Schneider is a company which is entirely focused on solutions for efficiency, energy efficiency, and sustainability. And working on that topic for the past 2 decades, we've understood that the biggest disruptors for sustainability in benefit of sustainability are digitization and electrification. And on both sides, digitization is at the core of everything. And let me be more specific. Digitization allows in smart buildings, smart industry, smart mobility to make savings like they have not been done before. We help every year our customers to save 100 million tons of carbon, and a large part of that is done by applying the combination of Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence to places like buildings and like industries. In any kind of building, you can target for 20 to 50% energy saving on carbon emission savings, in industries 15% savings. And the savings pay for the investment in digital in less than 5 years. But let's think a little bit. You know, we in Europe, 25% of our buildings are fit in terms of energy efficiency. 75% need to be retrofitted. Today, using existing technology, I'm not mentioning digital, but traditional technologies, we retrofit 0.2% of the buildings every year, which means we're going to have squared Europe and made the buildings of Europe energy efficient in 350 years or 400 years, which for me, and I don't know about you, is irrelevant. We need to go much faster. Digital allows you to reduce the cost on the time of implementation by a factor of 10 and bring that timeline within 30 to 40 years, which speaks much more to me at least. Second point, electrification. I'm speaking about green electrification based on renewable is absolutely key to decarbonization. We can do it only if you have a smart grid, which, as was said by Minister de Soto, can orchestrate the consumption between or the consumption of objects when energy is green and cheap. So all of this can only be coordinated by smart grid talking to smart homes, to smart buildings, which organize a better consumption of energy. Finally, digitization is also key for circular economy because by digitizing, you can trace all the components and you can recycle the major components of our economy. And when we speak also, when we oppose digitization on energy consumption, we happen, Schneider, worldwide to be the biggest supplier of energy solution to data centers. And this whole industry has been obsessed by making data centers and networks more energy efficient. It was said by Nick, there is no other industry that progresses faster in increasing its outcome while diminishing its energy consumption. So today, I don't have exactly the same figures as were said before, but they are not far away. We see that data centers on networks represent IT industry, let's say, represent 2% only of the whole energy consumption and carbon emission of the world. In 2030, while we are getting much more IT driven, it's going to be not more than 3%. But let's say, no mistake, 80% of that is linked to video streaming, pictures, it's linked to entertainment. Only 20% is linked to business digital, which saves energy. Like I'm talking to you today from Hong Kong. If I would have come to that meeting, it would have been one flight, one train, a lot of cars. We are saving carbon here. But if you pick the part which is dedicated to the smart homes, smart buildings, smart cities, it's only 5% of the whole IT consumption. Therefore, you are speaking about 1 over 1,000 of the whole energy consumption. So my conclusion is very simple, is that digitization will be much more prevalent, and its impact on energy consumption and carbon emission is very, very, very small, infinitesimal, respect to its positive impact on efficiency and carbon emission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jean-Pascal, and thank you again for the wonderful, and congratulations for the wonderful job Schneider has been doing on this field. And thank you all for all the speakers for this very interesting debate. Now it's time, I promise and I deliver. Let's go for the second round of discussion, and for that we have to meet our next speakers. Let's do it. Yes, this is very exciting. Our speakers are already ready for our panel. We have wonderful guests. This is really exciting for me, and I know for you too. So this is our speakers. We shall start in Estonia for Mrs. Andres Sut, the Minister of Entrepreneurship and Information Technology. Mr. Andres, thank you so much for being with us. And the question is this, to start this second panel. The question is, what are some of the first steps or the most important things you think your country will do first to implement this declaration?
Thank you very much, and my pleasure to participate in the panel. I think the topic is very, very timely. I thank the presidency for organizing, as well as Commission and Commissioner Breton. So for Estonia, digital and green are twins. So this is horizontal, it goes hand in hand. And I have 3 examples for you what we are to deliver in Estonia. One, we are working at the moment on our Digital Agenda 2030, which is very much aligned with the digital decade frame. And our ambition is no less than to become one of the most digitally greenest countries in the world. And in ideal world, maybe the greenest digital country in the world. So on that, what we do, we work on digitalization of public services. You may know that we are already well advanced. 99% of the digital or government services are available online, but there is still 1% left. And of course, the 99 what we have could also be upgraded, and this is precisely what we are working on. And predominantly what we would like to do now more is that people the services will be more proactive. For example, if your driver's license is about to expire, it's not that you as a citizen need to do something. It's the government digital services which remind you and send you the new driver's license. Or if a child is born, everything from registration to child support and other things are already pre-filled. So these are more citizen convenience-related services. The second point, which I found really fascinating, what we are actually going to launch later this month, is a digital twin for a building registry. So what we aim to put in place is a digital twin which gives you real-time access how the buildings operate, what is their energy efficiency. So this all can be monitored. It could be better taken into account in urban planning, and there is basically no paperwork, no filing, but you have all the digital updated holistic data system, which seeing the demo looks really fascinating and should very much help to achieve both green and digital transformations. And the third point I just want to highlight, already back in September 2019, 30 Estonian companies made a digital pledge so that to become carbon neutral by 2030. So being with a net zero footprint, I think, will be really essential for all businesses and industries, and it's also driven by the consumer preferences. So the whole topic of becoming green via digitalization is really important and very close to our hearts in Estonia, and we are very much willing to give our contribution also at the European level. So thank you very much, and second time, obrigado.
Yes, second time. Muito obrigado, Mr. Andrews. Thank you so much for this greeting in Portuguese. Obrigado, such a nice word. Thank you so much for being with us today. We have conditions to go to Austria, where we'll meet the Federal Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs, Margaret Schrambok. I think we have already with us. Margaret, thank you so much for being with us, the Federal Minister. And the question looks simple, but there's nothing simple about it. What can we do to run the green and digital transformation in Europe, in your view?
So first of all, I'm very happy to join you, and congratulations also to Portugal to organize this great event and this good session where we can learn all from each other. And I think this is one of the key factors of digital and green transformation in Europe. It is something we need to do together. It's not a single solution which can help us in this way, but it needs a lot of different efforts, and all of our efforts, irrespective of what type of effort it is, needs to take in consideration these two topics, the green topic, but also the digital topic. And as we have already heard, these two things go together. And digital means that digital is the key factor for achieving the Green Deal. For me, in Europe, we will need to talk about a digital and Green Deal, because technology is the basis for achieving these targets. And it's the basis of solving so many problems and challenges we have around the world. It's not about only the green transformation, but it's also about making sure that we have enough food for all the people around the world. It's about new types of education. It's about taking all the people around the world, and especially also in Europe, with us on this journey. And I myself, I've been in IT and telecom industry for 22 years before I joined politics, 3 to 4 years ago. For me, this is so important that we have the frame conditions that we enable technologies to help us to achieve these targets. Everything is there. We can take these achievements, these innovations, and we need to have these frame conditions that young people can be innovative, that startups are put there, that SMEs are innovative, and also the large-scale companies in Europe. And also our scientists. Let's not forget about the scientists. So those who help us, especially in this COVID crisis, to be highly innovative, and also to develop a vaccine with that speed is not possible without digital innovation that we have all together built up over the last years around the world. So I think what we need to do is to put in every single topic that we do these two ideas. Let's use digital technologies to achieve the targets, and let's look at it from the angle of climate change. How can these technologies help us in this respect? By creating these frame conditions, we can be in Europe ahead, and I'm convinced that this event is helping us to go one step further in our common targets.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Thank you for being with us today. That was amazing, actually. And from Austria, we will now travel to Slovenia, where we have Bojan Koritnik, the Minister of Public Administration, with us. Hello, Minister. Thank you so much for being with us today. And our question is actually very simple, but again, there's nothing simple about it. How much RRF in digital is your country planning to include in your national recovery and resilience plan to invest in the green digital transformation? So over to you.
Thank you very much. We are aware that digitalization is increasingly becoming a necessary condition to produce more prosperity and welfare to our citizens. It is therefore important to use the recovery and resilience funds to overcome the critical shortcomings revealed during the COVID-19 pandemic. In Slovenia, we have designed a set of reforms that will enable faster digital transformation, and let me highlight some of the most important ones. In the first place, we will tackle bottlenecks and provide key enablers for the wider use of digital services. Digitalization should make life easier for people and should improve the quality of public services. An important milestone in this regard is the introduction of the national e-identity, which is recognized also across borders. Secondly, digital transformation is not just about technology. It is about doing things in a different manner. We will adapt the rules of administrative procedure and renovate the internal business processes in order to take full advantage of the digital transition. Thirdly, digital transformation requires new skills of civil servants and service users, and therefore we will establish a national competence center and provide basic and specialist trainings for acquiring digital knowledge and skills. These investments will significantly exceed 20% of the total RRF mechanism investments, and they will allow us to increase resilience and ensure our rapid recovery through effective digital transformation. Thank you.
Ainda bem que eu não disse. Mr. Bojan, thank you so much for being with us, and great choice to use a mask. We didn't have a mask today yet. So now we have, actually, this is the first time, and it's amazing to have him with us. We have a question for one of our representatives of industry, Miguel Almeida, the CEO of NOS, the largest communications and entertainment group in Portugal. Everyone loves NOS. And hello, Miguel. Thank you so much for being with us today. Our question for you is, what is the potential of 5G to support the transition to sustainability of our main economic sectors, and how will the coalition contribute on this?
Hey, thank you, Philomena. Good morning, all, and thank you for having me. I think we all agree that the value of technology as the answer to the challenges we face with the climate are beyond question. 5G in particular will play, I believe, a crucial role in delivering sustainable development goals by enabling not only individuals, but also businesses, industries, and governments to accelerate transition to zero carbon emissions. Why is that? Well, 5G is the key enabler and actually will bring the beginning of the hyperconnectivity era, making possible the connection and interaction of billions of devices of almost any kind, and the collection of data from those devices. This in turn will lead society to new frontiers of productivity and innovation, by transforming the way we produce, we transport, and we sell everything, or at least almost everything. The efficiency gains made possible by the combination of technologies such as Internet of Things and artificial intelligence with 5G will help society and the economy to achieve more with less resources. To give you a few examples, experts estimate that over the next 5 to 10 years, 5G will allow productivity gains for the industry between 20 and 30%, an increase in 20% in the useful life of industrial assets, and efficiency gains in production assembly lines of up to 50%. In the transport sector, 5G could be responsible for a 25% reduction in traffic. In agriculture, which is another sector that has a lot to benefit from 5G, productivity gains are estimated at 25%, and a decrease of 30% in the use of fertilizers, 50% reduction in pesticides, thanks to the usage of drones for surgical pest eradication. Our sector, the telecommunications sector itself, will benefit from 5G's energy efficiency, with an estimated 50% reduction in carbon emissions from communication networks over the next decade. So all in all, the potential of 5G, I believe, is enormous, is huge, and could have a transformational impact on our ability to meet the climate goals. But obviously, it requires policies, it requires incentives to deliver digitalization, and a major collective effort from industries, investors, and society in general. And this is where initiatives like this Green Digital Coalition become so important. We all know that change will only happen with a strong commitment guided by concrete and urgent initiatives from all social actors. And committing with the coalition goals ensures that organizations like our own company implement as fast as possible the transformations needed to tackle the climate challenges humanity is facing.
Thank you so much, Miguel, for being with us today. And it is actually a true pleasure as well to have with us the CEO of Shift, Samuel Waldeck. Shift is an innovative SME from Germany that is redefining what sustainable and fair consumer electronic businesses actually is. So thank you so much for being with us, Samuel. The question is, can ICT sector be an example of circular economy? This is very interesting. So how can we reduce the dependency on primary material and improve durability, repairability and recycling of consumer electronics? What's your own view on this, Samuel? And thank you for being with us again.
Thanks again. These days are very exciting for us. The European Digital SME Alliance invited us, and we are very thankful of being part of this coalition as an SME. We can be a part of a change for good. And so for a company that is called Shift, this is something really special. Since the last 6 years, we rethinked how technical devices could be built. The conclusion are our high-end modular Shift phones that are designed by repair statistics. And we can not only give our customers the right to repair, but also the freedom to repair, because it is so easy and the devices can last longer. Since 2016, we introduced our refund system for our Shift phones, and our customers accepted it very well. So we have the chance to get back our devices, reuse parts, and reduce the electronic waste and increase the recycling efficiency. We tried to implement circular economy in our business model, still are, and we found out that there's a high potential in thinking circular. And if the ICT sector can make this change, this would be an enormous role model even for other sectors. But what we need here in Europe is a better infrastructure for development and production of digital devices to be more independent from other markets. And then it can be really a sustainable digitalization.
Much, Samuel. Yes, and good work on Shift. Thank you so much for being with us today. Samuel Waldeck, CEO of Shift. And now we can go back. We have our panel still with us, of course. We can go back to Estonia for Minister Andres Sutt. I think the Minister Andres is still with us. Yes, here he is. Minister, the question is, what about acceptance? What about acceptance of tech solutions, for example, involving personal data or artificial intelligence and skills requirements? Is this a challenge? And if so, how can we address it?
Thank you. This is really a question which goes to the core. And the short answer is in 2 words: trust and transparency. I mean, you need to have both in order to make the population, the citizens, willing and accepting using all the e-services what we have in Estonia. As I said earlier, I mean, we have 99% of government services available online, and the same, there is a lot of services also in the private sector. So there are a number of aspects which are really important. For example, all the public services are accessible through secure digital identities, which comply with the highest EU standards. And of course, the benefit for people is that they are free from bureaucracy and they could do their interaction with the government from home or from anywhere. I mean, you can also be in the forest for that matter, for as long as you have the internet connection. And that is really the entire ecosystem what benefits it. And that's why it's really about, I think that you need to have a customer in the center. So the digitalization in itself is not the goal, but it's an enabler for consumers, for citizens to have a better interaction with the government, better interaction with the businesses, and well, in these days also better interaction or possible interaction amongst people themselves. So we very much also prioritize cybersecurity, using the secure technologies, because the more you are digital, the more you are exposed to cyber threats, be it on the government or a personal side. And the transparency we have is built in by design. All the data exchanges, machine-to-machine communications, data at rest, etc., are independently and fully accountably logged. So with timestamping, KSI blockchain deployed in government networks, history cannot be rewritten by anybody, and the authenticity of electronic data can be mathematically proven. So this is really important to build the confidence into the system. And I think equally important, we have the function which is called data tracker. So we can, everybody can at any point in time check who has accessed his or her data which is available in public government databases. So nobody can access it without leaving a footprint behind. And I think this gives you really a confidence that you see always who have been accessing and what for. And you need also to be transparent about if something is going wrong, because we have had a cyber attack in 2007. We had a big ID card crisis back in 2017. We made it transparent. It was public. We learned it from it and made the system better and more durable. So in 2 words, what you need is transparency and trust, and then people and businesses are going to use the digital services. Thank you.
Yes, transparency and trust. Thank you so much, Minister Andres. We'll now go back to Mrs. Margaret Schembach, the Federal Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs from Austria. And we are a little short on time, so if you can just condense our answers into so we can get to everyone. Margaret, we still have one question, and the question is, how important are actually the digital skills for a successful digital transformation?
I would say they are not only important for the successful digital transformation. Of course, they are important for that, but they are important for all of us in Europe, for all generations, for the youngsters as well as the ones working in companies, as well as the ones who have already retired. So we need to take them all of them with us on this road to this digital transformation. And how can we do this? It's about these skills, this empowerment to get these skills. And not only if I'm working in a big international company, but I'm a lot thinking about those working in SMEs. SMEs represent the biggest portion of companies in Europe. So what we need is a framework and a very, very strong focus in all areas of education on this digital focus. It starts with the small children in kindergarten and goes up to the retired generation. The Alliance for Digital Skills and Competencies, which has been established by the Commission, plays a key role. And we have joined this alliance. We've established it in Austria, and we are working hard to put as many other ministries into this, because it's not only something for a minister for digital affairs like me or the minister for education, but it's something for all the ministers, for the whole government. And this is done in Austria, and we very much support this alliance and use it as an instrument to go forward, to give a future to all the people living in Europe, because it's a lot of jobs who are created by especially this digital transformation, and every job in the future needs these digital skills, and we need to provide it.
Yes, thank you so much, Margaret. So we now go back to Mr. Koritnik, the Minister of Public Administration. And Minister, well, I think we can go back to this idea of the acceptance of tech solutions involving personal data and AI. Is this a challenge? And if so, how can we address it? We've already talked about it with Minister Andres, but I think we would like to see your take on this.
Well, I completely agree with my colleague, Minister Sad from Estonia. The most important thing is the confidence and trust of people that their lives really benefit from these technologies and solutions. Technologies such as big data, 5G, Internet of Things, and most importantly, artificial intelligence can help address the challenges and bring forward the solutions we need. However, to ensure the success of AI and its solutions, they need first to be properly understood and accepted by the public. So digital skills and knowledge, like my colleague from Austria said, certainly play a crucial part in this. During our presidency, in the second half of this year, the artificial intelligence is one of our priority areas, and our ambition is to introduce high quality, transparent, and ethical AI that will be focused on people and will work for their good. So our national AI strategy includes ways to strengthen our technological and industrial capabilities and to respond to the socio-economic changes, such as changes in the labor market, the education system, the provision of an appropriate ethical and legal framework. In Slovenia, we are actually very proud that UNESCO has established the first international research center for AI in Ljubljana, and following 40 years of research in this field, we would like to include our experiences in our presidency program. So you are all welcome to join. Thank you.
Yes, that's very inspiring. Thank you so much, Mr. Koritnik. We now circle back to the industry representatives. Samuel Waldeck, the CEO of Shift, is still with us. Samuel, hello again. The question is, what can you tell other small and medium enterprises to inspire them to follow this sustainability path, as we can say?
Yes, as I told, these days are very exciting for us. One reason is this event. The other reason is my brother, with whom I founded Shift, got a son last night. And we are very proud of him and his wife and the child, of course. And maybe this is a good comparison. As an SME, it is so important to be taken care of. You need support and you need an environment in which you can grow up safely and grow naturally into a leadership role in, for example, sustainability. And as parents, we have to decide what are the values that we want to hand on. If an SME would ask us, what is the most important step towards sustainability? I would say there are so much more values than just profits. What is about trust and respect, justice, love, freedom, and one more that I have to say in German because there's no suitable word for it in English that I could find, and this is Wertschätzung.
What is it again?
Wertschätzung. It means kind of
what is it again?
appreciation.
The word? Ah, wonderful. That's amazing. Congratulations to your brother, Samuel, and to you and his wife. This was very inspiring. Thank you so much for being with us again. And lastly, we're going to go back to Miguel Almeida, CEO of NOS. Miguel, I know you're still with us now. And the question is, what are the concrete measures that you are taking to green your company and to green your product and services?
Well, being a telecom operator, we believe that our role actually goes far beyond what we can do and what we can and how we can tackle climate change. We have increased responsibility in helping other businesses and other organizations achieving their own goals towards a greener future. That is our clients. But starting from what we do as a company, we have a clear objective of leading the fight against climate change. And as such, we have ambitious goals for energy efficiency, for renewable energy, for carbon emissions reduction. And we are also committing to promote the circular economy of our business through the reuse, resale, or recycling of our network and customer equipment. To give you to illustrate this, over the last few years, we strongly invested in the modernization of our mobile network, installing more efficient equipment, which resulted in energy savings of around 25%. We virtualized our services in the data centers and adopted advanced air conditioning and lighting solutions, which increased energy efficiency by 30%. And these two blocks, networks and data centers, are the main contributors to our carbon footprint. But also at our offices and stores, air conditioning management measures and installation of LED lighting technology generated a reduction in absolute energy consumption. Actually, our fleet, which is quite big, is currently being fully replaced by hybrid and electric vehicles. But additionally, through our, that's what we are doing, but additionally through our services based on connectivity and technologies such as the Internet of Things, cloud, big data, 5G that we've mentioned, we are helping also other companies and businesses becoming fully digital and being more responsible from an environmental point of view. With IoT, for instance, with Internet of Things, we enable more efficient use of resources such as energy and water. And with big data, we are helping a significant number now of cities in this country to improve traffic planning and air quality. And of course, connectivity is the foundation on which our business is built. And with our products and services, we are enabling remote ways of working like this with less mobility, which leads obviously to the reduction of energy consumption and carbon emissions and air pollution. So all in all, our services significantly contribute to reduce the carbon footprint of our customers, and that complements our own efforts.
Thank you so much, Miguel. Keep up the amazing work. I'm a customer, as you know. So thank you so much for being with us. And thank you to all of our guests and speakers for these very interesting discussions. Thank you all for being with us today. And before we move on to the presentation of the signatures, it is very important to mention that this initiative has not only received support from Council and the members of the industry, but also political support from the European Parliament. I told you this would be an historic day. So now it is my pleasure to welcome member of the European Parliament, Valérie Hayer, who has been an active supporter of the Green Digital Coalition. Distinguished member of Parliament, I leave the floor, well, not exactly the floor, I leave the screen. Anyway, over to you, ladies and gentlemen, Valérie Hayer. Hello, Valérie.
Hello, thank you for your invitation.
We have Valérie with us, yes.
Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be present today and to close this important session. As stressed during the discussions, we must ensure that the recovery of the European Union is fully in line with both our climate ambition taken in the Paris Agreement and the Green Deal, and our priority to complete the digital transformation. The European Parliament has been active in supporting strong targets in the Resilience and Recovery Facility framework to guarantee sufficient resources are dedicated to these two objectives. But the time to think in silos is way behind us, as these two ambitions can and should work in synergy. Digitalization can have adverse effects on the environment, and we must address these effects. The European Parliament has notably underlined the necessity to help the ICT sector reduce its carbon footprint to further fight against programmed obsolescence, support reuse and recycling of digital devices, and make our data centers more efficient. But digitalization can be an excellent lever to accelerate the transition towards a climate neutral, circular and more resilient economy. Digital technologies have indeed the potential to cut emissions across sectors by 10 times more than they themselves emit. If sustainability transition can clearly benefit from digitalization, green digital technologies can contribute to the transition to a more sustainable economy. The commitment taken today by member states and companies sent a strong political message that Europe can be a leader in greening the ICT sector and developing green digital solutions. I think if you want to reach this objective, we need all actors to work together. And I'm thrilled to see the launch of the European Green Digital Coalition today, a project that the European Parliament strongly supports. This coalition will gather major ICT companies and SMEs that commit to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and to become climate neutral or net zero no later than 2040. As an open forum, it will help provide further evidence of the enabling impact of green digital solutions and accelerate the transition to sustainability of different sectors of economy. Collaboration with international organizations, NGOs, and experts organizations will be important in this regard. So I and the European Parliament look forward to further working with you on this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you. This is very, very inspiring. This was amazing. Yes, thank you. And many thanks, of course, for all our speakers and their supportive words. The Digital and Green Transformation Declaration has ensured the commitment of many member states who will be working to ensure that digital technologies are promoted and used to facilitate a more sustainable future. We will now confirm the signatures on this declaration. This is very exciting. Let's go. Yes, this is absolutely amazing. So the response to these commitments from the private sector have also been considerable, resulting in a high number of companies that will commit to the exactly same ideas. We're going to check them out right now. Brussels is happy. So finally, I would like to welcome, I'm not here alone, as you can see, the Portuguese Minister for Economy and Digital Transition, Mr. Pedro Cisa Vieira. I'm actually a fan. And he is here to give us his final words for closure for this event. Sr. Ministro.
Obrigado, Filomena. Good afternoon to you all. And I would like to mention that we signed today 4 very important declarations. It was a fruitful and constructive day. And I would like to have 2 initial notes on this. First, to signal the very broad consensus we achieved amongst member states. And the second, to make reference to the adherence of the private sector to these goals. And I think that when we can align public policy targets with the private sector behind it, then we can be certain of more significant steps and an acceleration of the achievement of those goals. We are, I believe, at the verge of an acceleration of digital transformation, which makes these declarations even more timely. We are seeing that technology is going to make it possible to accelerate this digital transformation. Connectivity, supercomputing, cloud computing, intelligence, artificial intelligence, this will all transform very significantly the way we live, we connect to others, we work, and we produce and transport goods. But at the same time, we are developing in the European Union a new legal framework which will enable us to build a more integrated, a single market for digital services. And finally, we are also committing to make significant investments in the digitalizations of our societies and our economies through the program of Next Generation EU. So these declarations couldn't be more timely. And let me spend some time on each of them. First, to stress this last one. We are recognizing to the Green and Digital Transformation Declaration that digital technologies can truly help us achieve the targets of carbon neutrality by 2050, to reduce carbon emissions, and to work towards a more efficient and circular economy. I do believe that without the benefits and the massive adoption of digital technologies, our climate transition goals cannot be achieved. So this is a very welcome advancement. The second one is the data gateway platform strategy. We are committing to the strategic value of investments in connectivity, not only within Europe, but connectivity of Europe to the rest of the world. And this will help Europe to try to lead and become a hub for a data-based economy. So that's also very significant. Finally, I would like to spend some time on the European Startup Nation standards that we also committed to. We are, I believe, trying to create a new cycle of entrepreneurship in Europe, where we can foster the development and the growth of startups in this continent. We now know that entrepreneurship and startups are accelerators of economic growth. They are a source of innovation and competitiveness. This has been learned the hard way during the year in which we have been living with this pandemic. The truth is that startups and the digital ecosystem has proven more resilient, more agile, more adaptive to very significant changes in the way the economy operates. And I think this stems from the fact that startups have access to more qualified human resources, but also because they are digitally natives. They have adopted business models which are based on the digital technologies from the very beginning, and so they could develop very significantly and create more jobs and grow their market share throughout this year when other areas of the economy have lagged behind and been very adversely impacted. So we now know the value that a strong ecosystem of startups and entrepreneurs can provide to the economy for the benefit of all the citizens in Europe. We have about 250,000 startups in Europe. That's basically the same number we have in the US. But when we compare their impact on job creation or contribution to GDP, the US dwarfs what's happening in Europe. Even if we compare on a per capita basis the impact of startups in Europe and minor economies such as Singapore or Israel, we see that the European startups really are small by comparison. And we start to understand why. Scaling up for an European startup is difficult. Getting access to larger markets, grow at the very fast pace that US companies can do is extremely difficult in Europe. So a lot of our startups move to the US to have benefit and access to the capital that is there, but mostly to have access to a larger market. That explains also why the number of unicorns in Europe is comparatively lower than what we have in the US. So when signing these European Startup Nation standards, we are committing to breaking barriers. We are adopting best practices from other areas and trying to see if we can make sure that we become startup nations really. By adopting these standards, by making sure that they are translated into the ease of creation of companies, of raising money, of actually scaling up, this is important. But we will only become very significant if we do become a startup continent. If the ease of scaling up for a European startup is as easy and seamless as it is in the US. In the US, a startup created in Arkansas or New York or Boston is not going to face 50 different markets. They will be only facing one single market, which encompasses all the companies and citizens in one single market. That's what we need to achieve in Europe. So we are also excited, and that's also a very positive outcome of this day, to be establishing in Lisbon the European Startup Nations Alliance, a permanent structure which will work with the ecosystem and national authorities, trying to share best practices, monitor what's happening in the startup ecosystem across Europe, and also incentivizing the development and fostering of this single market. A distinctive trait of Europe as a continent and as an economy, it's the point we make to values, democratic values, and to the trust that citizens and companies must have in our institutions and now on the digital economy and society. That digital trait, that very important trait, will be enhanced in June in Lisbon when we make the digital assembly. We will be signing the Lisbon Declaration on a digital democracy with a purpose, and that, I believe, is what will be establishing the trust of our citizens in our digital economy and making a differentiating factor. Let's be ambitious. Let's raise the bar. Let's set our aims very high. Let's become a startup continent. Let's create a single digital market. Let's make sure that all citizens across the European continent can have access to the opportunities and to the prosperity that the digital economy can make happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much. This is where I miss the round of applause. Because truly inspiring words. Thank you so much for being with us. And now would be the time. Make some noise for the Minister, but we don't have any applause. No applause today. The first applause of the day. Thank you so much for being with us, Minister. Make sure to also tune in for the afternoon events on startups, which will feature high-level speakers and more interesting discussions to come. We would like to also thank all of you who have joined us virtually in this event. It has been a true pleasure and honor to share this. Portugal. Have a nice break, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Boa tarde and good afternoon from Lisbon. This is Simon Schaefer. I'm the president of Startup Portugal, and I will be your host today for the remainder of the afternoon. What an amazing day it's been so far. I'm amazed. It's been a large amount of interesting, high dignitary, amazing people contributing, and we've seen 4 declarations signed, one of which is the closest to my heart, as I am an active angel investor and startup entrepreneur and a policy activist. Now, as it sometimes is with political declarations, it's a declaration, but then you need to actually make sure it also happens. And for that, today also announced was the Europe Startup Nations Alliance. And today with me here as our next speaker, I have the Secretary of State, Mr. André Azevedo, who will give you a little bit more background on how this can and will evolve over the years to come. André, welcome to the stage. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Simon. Hello to everyone. Let me start by greeting the audience. In fact, we have more than 1,000 registrations, and also let me greet the speakers for this afternoon's panels. The level of participation and interest demonstrates that it was the right choice, focusing our digital day in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Startups are crucial for the future of Europe, not only as a response to the present pandemic and economic crisis, but also as the basis to a structural change in the European model of economy. In fact, this is a great momentum for Europe and for its entrepreneurship ecosystem, based on the important announcement made today by the Portuguese Prime Minister and the Commissioner Breton that it will be launched in Portugal a new entity, the Europe Startup Nations Alliance, in line with the declaration signed this morning by almost all the EU member states promoting the Startup Nation standards and best practices. This is a unique opportunity for Europe to step ahead and position itself as a true startup continent. The signature by the great majority of the 27 member states in relation to the 3 declarations signed this morning demonstrates the level of commitment and priority given by the member states to the green and digital agenda, transforming this digital day into a big success. It is also important to highlight the involvement of the private sector, and in particular of 25 big tech companies that subscribed the European Green Digital Coalition. Only with a close partnership between public and private sector we will succeed in this digital era. I would like to thank to all the representatives from the 27 member states that were involved in the negotiations and made their best efforts to materialize this shared vision. One of the challenges for Europe is to be able to retain and even attract more startups and talent. As already mentioned today, we need to make sure that magic does happen in Europe. I am glad to invite Roberto Viola to share the stage and our common vision on how to bring Europe to the forefront of the global startup ecosystem.
Thank you very much, André. I hope you can see and hear me. Can you hear and see me? I hope so. So let's the magic happen. So the first, let's the connection be the good one. It seems the case. What we do this afternoon, this is the digital day, and this afternoon is really the startup afternoon. So most of the digital day is actually about startup, new entrepreneurs, new ideas. You said it, and let me say, I mean, a continent without startups, a continent without innovators, it's a continent that does not advance. It would be like to say, I have all the ingredients, I have nice restaurants, but I don't have the chef. I mean, of course, I mean, you can never taste good dishes. And the dish in digital, it's a dish about that has to have the taste of new innovation, disruptive innovation, breakthrough ideas. This is the only way, I mean, you have real advancement in digital, but in general, I mean, but of course, especially in digital. And that's why it's an essential component of our digital future, having a vibrant startup and entrepreneurial system. Now, if we look at Europe, I mean, if we have a snapshot of where we stand in terms of numbers, if I can see the next slide, the numbers are actually telling us that Europe has really a broad number of startups. Actually, Europe is the continent which has the highest number of startups. But unfortunately, this number, when we dig into it, we discover that, I mean, if you take it per capita, we have less startup than actually the startup of United States and other highly recognized countries in terms of startup intensity like Israel or Singapore. And especially when we look at value, we are generating too little value out of our startups. And that's why we need to increase the competitiveness of the European startup ecosystem. And I think here in this picture, you see the Web Summit as one example where all the entrepreneurs, all the ideas, all the enthusiasts, digital enthusiasts of the world gather in Lisbon. Unfortunately, this year virtually, but normally physically, I mean, thousands and thousands of people to really testify their will to change the world. And this is really what we want to capture together with our friends in Portugal and the impressive initiative of the Portuguese presidency, really to have the same enthusiasm we have with the Web Summit in a kind of permanent way and make sure that we have an hub for reflection, for thinking, for linking, and for really advancing in this very important element of our digital future. Last week, we have presented what we think, here are the numbers I was quoting before. Last week, we presented the digital decade. The digital decade is the vision that the European Commission has proposed for the next 10 years. And this was very much what European leaders asked. And we said, look, I mean, we really need to navigate in the next 10 years in 4 cardinal points. I mean, the first one is the human factor, so much more skilled people we need in digital. The second one is infrastructure. The third one is a very good public administration and digitized healthcare system. And the fourth one, I just say fourth because then I speak more about it, but you can imagine they're all equally important. It's a scaling up, and we have presented very specific targets in this respect. First one is we want to make sure that 75% of European enterprises are using advanced digital technologies. And this is really essential in terms of generating value and generating a much wealthier and resilient society. And then the second one is 90% of European SMEs. They should really have at least a basic level of what we call digital intensity, so being substantially, I mean, digital. And then a very specific indicator for the success of startup, we would like to have more than 200 unicorns, which is more or less doubling the number we have today, especially looking at digital unicorns. And this is an indicator of success, which you might like or not, but it's a nice way to picture that, I mean, startup can intersect a lot of important and impressive value when it comes to the digital world. And I mean, those targets are not reached if we just watch the show. I think we have to, from the public side, commit to those things. And that's really the essence of the declaration that has been signed today. And that's the essence of the Startup Nation Standard. We want to make sure that startup can be created really quickly and they can actually enter the market, so no bureaucratic barriers. We want to be sure that talents can be attracted. We want to be sure that there's a right reward between risk and, I mean, what is the value generated. We want to make sure, especially in this respect, that there's access to finance. You know, I mean, the European financial system is based on concepts like stability, very important concept, I mean, about trustworthiness. And of course, these are historical heritages, an historical heritage of what happened in the past. But I think the financial ecosystem has to learn that failure, it's a success. I mean, the example I always use is that if you try to learn to ski, you will fall many times. That's normal before you are a proficient skier. And nobody really is surprised that you fall. It's part of, learning. So the more we have failure, the more is success. And this is, of course, the opposite of what sometime, or how sometime financing towards enterprises is seen in Europe, where the first requirement is, can you avoid failure? So turning upside down, the way we look at failure and success, it's a very important element of this effort. We have to have a risk-prone culture, also in financing startup. So, and to do all this, we need, of course, not just to talk about it, but to do things and to monitor success and to monitor the evolution. That's why having a structure such as a permanent hub and a permanent, observatory for the evolution, it's very important. That's why I applaud immensely the initiative from Portugal to actually offer this facility, which would be really of immense benefit to the whole startup ecosystem in Europe. So many thanks, André. Many thanks for proposing this initiative. It's really today, really the day of startup, the day of digital startup, with good intention from all over Europe, but also facts that are being put on the table. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Roberto, for all your support, for the diagnosis on the European startups ecosystem, and for identifying some of the challenges we need to address. The conclusion is quite simple. Europe needs to step ahead and work in what we believe are the key areas to success. As the declaration mentions, we need to harmonize a concept of startup, widely shared by the entire ecosystem in order to have truly comparable data. This will allow better policy making and more confidence in this ecosystem. As a vital tool to every stakeholder, we also need to develop a data-driven platform that maps out the entire ecosystem, including a marketplace logic to reach out our maximum potential of opportunities, with aggregated data for the EU and with disaggregated data for each member state. We need also this new entity we are creating today that articulates all these efforts and that is able to reinforce the network in a permanent connection with member states, startup bodies, and by promoting bridges among them. Finally, we definitely need to grow, and grow faster than our competitors, not only in the perspective that Europe needs to generate more unicorns, but especially by retaining and attracting startups and talent. More than ever, we need to grow faster than our global competitors. There is a gap that we need to fill in. Unlike other leading countries, EU lacks this entity accountable for promoting an European agenda for entrepreneurship, but also to coordinate and articulate the efforts made by each member state. The evidence that we find is that the ecosystem is quite fragmented in terms of initiatives engaged with the entrepreneurial agenda. Therefore, the new Europe Startups Nations Alliance will bring out the best of each one of them. The time has come for the establishment of this new digital and agile player with several antennas throughout Europe that help the European member states develop and monitor legislative and non-legislative best practices regulations to foster a startup and technology ecosystem optimizing their interoperability in Europe. Going into a bit more detail, the Europe Startup Nations Alliance will have its focus on 3 strategic pillars: a data-driven platform with an integrated startup marketplace with a holistic EU perspective, mapping also incubators, accelerators, and investors network. This new entity should facilitate the knowledge on funding programs and fundraising opportunities, and should also promote matchmaking and exchange of experience and markets. We should have an Erasmus for startups. We need a single point of contact supporting the network for the European ecosystem. And, as I already mentioned, above all, we need to grow and to internationalize the EU startup ecosystem. This means retaining and attracting the most prominent startups, as well as creating stronger relationships with ecosystems around the world. We need to generate global champions made in European Union. These strategic pillars will be aligned with the Startup Nation standards in order to monitor and support member states on accomplishing them. So as a summary of what I just presented, the challenges that Europe has on its entrepreneurial ecosystem will be the single point of agenda of this new entity. With the birth of the Europe Startup Nations Alliance, we have the opportunity to launch an entity that will work on an efficient and operating model focused on generating tangible results. The first relevant milestone for this journey is in fact today, with the inception of the new alliance, based on the announcement that was made by the Portuguese Prime Minister and Commissioner Breton. As further key milestones, we expect to have its legal foundation and starting operation still during 2021. In a very high-level perspective, concerning its governance, we have proposed two basic principles: representation of each member state, namely through the permanent connection and ramification to each national body leading the entrepreneurial agenda. And the second thing is about the representation of the most important stakeholders. We need to make sure that startups, scale-ups, incubators, accelerators, tech companies, and investors are truly represented. Portugal, as President of the EU Council during this first semester of 2021, considers a top priority to create and invest on the Europe Startups Nation Alliance. Why Portugal? Basically due to our unique value proposition. We host the most relevant event of entrepreneurship, which is the Web Summit until 2028. We have an outstanding quality of life with 300 sunny days per year, and Portugal ranks 3 in the list of the safest countries in the world, right after Iceland and New Zealand. Portuguese talent and quality of the education system, in particular in STEAM areas, is widely recognized. Thank you so much for such an opportunity to share this vision today, and I truly hope that this initiative becomes a success with everyone on board. Let's make Europe a true startup continent. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much for this presentation. And I think, essentially this is a crowdsourced effort, right? There has been so many different stakeholders, and it's been launched now, finally, I think after several months of work. If you would take the time and try to look into the future and think about what's not there yet. I mean, we've seen in there in the 8 points, we have diversity, we have innovation in procurement, we have the requirement to start a company rather quickly. If you would consider something that's missing, where would you lead it?
I would highlight the basic thing, which is we need to stabilize a definition, a concept of startup. This is the basic of everything, because this can contaminate, the lack of a concept can contaminate all the data that we need to have in order to promote public policies that are truly effective and with impact in terms of ecosystem. I would start with that one.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
you
also,
for
Simon.
the time here today, and I'm very much looking forward to see this unfold.
Me too. Me too.
Let's make this work for everyone. Thank you.
Good luck for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yes, this was quite a moment, of course, and I believe for the European ecosystem, quite something to work on, to continue to evolve, and hopefully grow the continent closer together, but of course also finally compete with other ecosystems out there in the world. Now, when it comes to Portugal, everybody is always talking mostly about Lisbon, but Portugal has so much more to offer. And we're going to see something right now from a city that I hold very dearly, and I've been there many times. If you haven't been, you should go and see it. Let's give it up to Porto.
Porto is a city where tradition and culture work as foundations for growth, connecting the past to the future. There is an ecosystem in place where the city is a central hub, facilitating the connection between stakeholders that get together to support new, innovative companies to be created and to scale up. From academia to corporate, from incubators to R&D centers, from investors to communities. Here, technology leverages on knowledge and enables a better quality of life for all. The city becomes a living lab where challenges from the everyday life are addressed, keeping in mind where we want to see ourselves and how we want next generations to live. Dozens of national and international tech companies have chosen Porto as their home for its work-life balance, good accessibility and infrastructures, uncommon safety levels, great weather, the strong pool of talent, and a vibrant culture.
As we seek opportunities for our entrepreneurs, we are fully aware of how relevant and strategic it is to cooperate in a wide national and international network of partners. And Porto is strongly committed to the movement for an interconnected Europe where we can have a sustainable, competitive tech ecosystem with opportunities for all, creating a place where people enjoy living and working.
Well, as I said, if you haven't been, you should really go visit Porto. And now, next coming up is a speaker who I am a huge fan of. I got to admit it, I got to say it how it is. There's an event that happened while Barroso was still the president of the European Commission, and I was just starting to understand Brussels a little bit, and she was there leading the stage and trying to get me excited to actually go on stage and talk, and I was not ready for it. I didn't want to do it, and so she was standing on the podium, pointing at me in the audience, saying, "You should talk to that guy." And you could say, to a degree, she's responsible for me being here today. And I would like to welcome to the stage Anne Mettler. Anne, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great, Anne, hello, how are you? It's great to see you.
Well, lovely to see you, Simon. How are you?
I'm very well, I'm happy to be here today, and let me just hand over the floor to you. I'm happy to hear what you're talking about today.
Excellent, thank you. So hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to join you for Digital Day. Now, when I was first approached about this lightning talk, I thought I'd share with you a little bit what I have learned coming out of digital tech and moving into clean tech, what I have learned about how in many ways this is quite similar, but in some aspects also very different. Let me just turn off my video real quick and turn it back on. I don't know why it's doing this.
Oops.
I don't know.
It seems that we have a connection issue here. Let's give it a second. Anne. The internet, it's 2021.
It's not the internet, I don't know.
Okay, but I hear from Brussels that we should be on in a second again, so bear with us just a second.
Okay, so let's try again.
Okay, we're back. Anne.
Exactly. So before I continue, I mean, just let me say a word about Breakthrough Energy. So this is an organization that was set up by Bill Gates in 2015 to support innovations that will lead the world to net zero emissions by 2050. Now it includes investment funds, but also nonprofit and philanthropic programs. So we come at clean tech really in a variety of ways, trying to foster the supply of innovation, for instance, through helping researchers take their ideas out of the lab and into an environment where they can really test and validate their technology. But we also try to foster the demand for innovation, for instance, by organizing buyers clubs for clean products or organizing so-called carbon contracts for difference. Now, the starting point of our work is that about 50% of the emission reductions that are needed to reach carbon neutrality by mid-century need to come from technologies that have not yet been commercialized. So this may well mean that they exist. If you think about green hydrogen or you think of electric fuels, they exist, but there's no real market for them yet. So let me dive right into what I believe are genuine differences between digital and clean tech. So I thought I'd speak about three in particular today. So firstly, clean tech takes a long time. An average innovation cycle in clean tech takes about 25 to 30 years, or even longer. Now, the other day, I heard a Danish minister talk about the first offshore wind installation, which was built back in 1981, so 40 years ago. And he was talking about how incredibly expensive it was to build, what an enormous risk it was. And solar would be another example. So the R&D for solar technology actually started in the late 1970s. But of course, the technology itself only became cost competitive very recently. And only, one needs to be very clear about that as well, only after a massive amount of government support had been granted, for instance, in countries like Germany or Japan. So the bottom line is that clean tech entrepreneurs need to really have a long breath. There is nothing that goes viral overnight. And that's really, going viral is a very unknown phenomenon in clean tech, and probably one that these entrepreneurs would envy you for, because I can assure you that they are just as impatient and just as driven as the digital entrepreneurs. Now, the second big difference is in the very nature of the innovation itself. Digital entrepreneurship and digital entrepreneurs come up with better, more user-centric, easy-to-use products. They follow the market. They really sort of have their pulse on what's happening all the time. But what if the only difference in innovation is something that you can't see and that doesn't actually make a tangible difference in the final product? So, or can you tell me what is the difference in green steel and CO2 emitting steel, or zero carbon cement? How is it different from regular cement? Or how is electrofuels, how are they different from kerosene? So the only palpable difference between these is the price. And this is what Bill Gates likes to call the green premium. So you can think of the green premium sort of as a green surcharge that you have to pay if you choose a clean product over a polluting one. And this green premium can be very significant, sometimes making the product 2 or 3 times as expensive. So the bottom line is, many clean tech entrepreneurs have to compete in products that are largely undifferentiated, with the only real difference being the price. And that's a tough nut to crack, especially if you consider the very long innovation cycles, which I've already spoken about. So really spare a thought for all those clean tech entrepreneurs who have to be very patient and who have to compete with products that are largely undistinguishable from their cheaper and fossil fuel intensive alternatives. So the third and the final difference I'd like to talk about is the financing of clean tech innovation, because in addition to taking a long time, it also costs a lot more to do in the early deployment of the technology. So what is for digital tech, let's say a beta version, so something that probably can and often is put together in someone's garage. Frankly, that's simply impossible in clean tech. At a minimum, you will need some real equipment, so not only a computer. You often need to get permits. Remember that this takes place in sectors that are heavily regulated. And chances are that you'll even need a very sizable physical space. So to give you an example, one of Breakthrough Energy Ventures' portfolio companies in the United States is an electrothermal energy storage company. Now, it came out of X, which is Alphabet's moonshot factory. And the company often sets up in decommissioned coal mines. Now, can you imagine how much effort and how much capital that takes? And that is why Bill Gates is convinced that we need a very sizable amounts of patient capital, including philanthropic capital, and on a scale that we have never seen before. I mean, frankly, without it, clean tech cannot thrive and it will not take off, at least not on a reasonable time frame, because remember, we're under a huge time pressure. So this takes courage, this takes leadership, including from governments, but also from investors and high net worth individuals. So to sum up, there are real and profound differences between digital and clean tech, but I am continuously surprised by how similar the mindset of the entrepreneurs is. The optimism about driving meaningful change, the commitment to work towards larger societal goals, and the sheer energy to make the world a better place. And it is precisely for that reason that I am committed to bring these two worlds together. I know them both now, because I'm deeply convinced that the likelihood of a green company also being a smart and digital company is extremely high. And that's why we can and we must work together to tackle what is, by all accounts, the single biggest challenge of our lifetime, and that is to tackle climate change. Thank you, Simon. Thank you for everyone who listened today, and good luck with the remainder of the digital days.
Anne, this is fantastic. I just heard we have a few more minutes. Would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
No, with pleasure.
Wonderful, Anne. This is great. We're having a technical difficulty with another studio somewhere else in the world. We'll get to that in a minute. But so, in my experience also in angel investing, and I've been working also a little bit in Germany with the Fraunhofer Institute and other institutions, there's also a lot of sort of development and research being done in universities, which not really is brought to the light of day because it's kind of in the Elfenbein Tower of academia. And my question to you would be, do you see policies, do you see ways in which we could bridge that gap more swiftly, more quickly, and possibly even shorten the time frame in which these technologies can be deployed and turned into real products?
Yes, I think from a public policy perspective, we need a lot more emphasis, not just on the R&D aspects, but particularly on the knowledge and the technology transfer. And then that's in itself is not enough. Then you also need to think about the deployment and the scaling up. The example I actually oftentimes use now doesn't even come out of clean tech. It's about the vaccines. So if you look at how Europe often functions, we were, very focused on the development of the vaccine, and there we succeeded. But we also needed to be focused on the deployment and on the massive, scale up of the production of the vaccine. And that is exactly the same in clean tech, or frankly also in digital tech. It is only the technologies that will be used that will make a difference. And here, as I said, more focus on knowledge transfer, technology transfer to really prioritize that, and R&D funding. The other thing I would say is work with organizations like ours. I mean, we are committed. We are working with the best researchers in the world to help them bring their technologies out of the lab, precisely because we know how difficult that is.
And from any type of perspective of investment, time to market, from all of these different components, to me it was always clear, and this is why I'm engaged and excited to work in policy, for me it was always clear that only with the right political framework will you be able to actually solve some of the issues that we have. The move fast, break things attitude also led to a lot of disparity and a lot of sort of social tension within our society. And I believe that's a problem, and that's why I was very happy to also see in the Startup Nation standard that it says diversity, but also upholding democratic values. And now, why am I leading to that? My question to you would be, if you look at that, and if you look at these policies that today have gratefully been signed by so many member states, by most of them actually, what would be your one magic genie policy that you would think that would really leapfrog the transition into a more sustainable society through technology?
Yeah, I mean, I can answer that. I think too much, especially here in Europe, is sort of on the supply of innovation. So we set ourselves target, we spend a lot of money. I mean, let's be very clear about that. But I am now convinced that we need to do a lot more to organize the demand. And it is precisely for the reasons I spoke about earlier. We're dealing with markets and with products, you know, that are undistinguishable for the most part. So it's not you cannot imagine that sort of normal market dynamics will somehow sort this out, right? Because the only difference is in price. So we need to very quickly reduce the green premium. So we need to bring the prices down, but you will only be able to do that if you create sizable markets and you actually use the products, you scale up the use of the products. And here there's so much that public policy could do. I mean, we are still massively, in some cases, maybe not so much in Europe anymore, but globally subsidizing fossil fuels, you know, so that makes it even more difficult to compete then. So we can organize the demand a little bit. What we have been doing is trying to get sort of off-takers to buy green steel, for instance, you know, and if you can negotiate contracts, let's say for a decade, and you know you have this guaranteed demand for your clean product, then you will get financing, then you create a market, then you generate the volume that will bring these prices down. So we need to think not just about sort of the early stage of the innovation, but really think it all the way through to large scale deployment.
Great, right. I mean, you know, this is the time when I think for Europe, we have the opportunity to put these policies in place. I'm personally very excited that the Startup Nation Standard for the first time is addressing some of these issues. We've had the mystery of the digital single market sort of walking the hallways of Brussels for such a long time, and we've seen so little implementation. And with your previous work also for the Juncker administration, I'm sure you've seen a lot of tries and ideas and conversations and concepts. And out of what you've seen today, as a final remark from your side, what would you say is the one thing that you really, really endorse in this Startup Nation Standards out of the 8 points? What's the one thing that strikes you the most?
Well, I think that what you're trying to do and bring those two worlds together more closely is exactly the right thing to do. Because I mean, I do hear that there is really sort of, this is why this commission describes it as the twin challenge of digital and green. And I think that that is very promising. And if the European digital entrepreneurial community can pick that up, and we can really see how can we facilitate in a very fruitful and productive way the intersection of those two and bring them together to essentially modernize Europe and to achieve the European Green Deal, then that can be transformational, and that will be transformational. Because let's put it this way, the European Green Deal is more than just a policy program. In many ways, the entire European project now hinges on it. So the stakes are very high, and we must all come together to try to make it happen.
Anne, thank you so much. I couldn't agree more. Told you before, one of your biggest fans. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I hear we have our co-host for today, live from London. And yes, we're at the Portuguese Presidency of the European Council, and we are going to London because Mike is one of the biggest advocates of startups in Europe. And Mike, over to you. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you very much, Simon. It's great to be here. And it's certainly an exciting day because of the launch of this Startup Nation Standard. And I'm delighted to be joining you from London because we're all European, are we not? And I believe we have a video.
Can I leave the stage for a little bit?
and it's great to have this panel to discuss, can Europe get it right? Obviously, today is the launch of the Startup Nation Standard, but the question is, will it be enough? And I'm delighted to be joined by a fantastic panel here of Varga Mayad from UiPath, Sarah Cannon from Index Ventures, and Nicholas O'Brien from France Digital. Thanks very much for joining.
Thanks for having us.
Pleasure to be here.
Fantastic.
Hey, Mike, we are so happy to have England back into the European Union.
You're very welcome. Didn't take much. So let's talk about this. First of all, I'd love to get your impressions about whether or not you think do we need a Startup Nation Standard? I mean, does it apply in this case? I'd love to hear from you, Sarah, for instance, because I know that Index Ventures worked on this campaign called Not Optional, which was particularly about options and in empowering startups by allowing startup founders to give options to staff and employees and for co-founders, of course. So just tell us a little bit about whether or not what you were campaigning for and whether or not you think the SNS is going to live up to your expectations.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Good morning from San Francisco, the heart of Silicon Valley. I don't know how an American managed to sneak in here. So thank you very much for having me. So I do think that the Startup Nation Standard is enough. It's a brilliant start. I mean, I have to say, so Index Ventures is a venture capital fund that started in Geneva originally, and now we're dual headquartered in London and in San Francisco. And I can say what we've seen is kind of unprecedented momentum and energy in the startup ecosystem in Europe. I mean, to see not only many unicorns, but decacorns and even $50 billion companies being created in Europe. There's tons of American venture capitalists that are flooding into the European market to invest in great startup companies in a broad amount of sectors, kind of unprecedented amount of entrepreneurs. So I'd say, a really exciting amount of activity, although there are some constraints historically to kind of scaling this ecosystem. And I think the major constraint that we had identified as a fund was really around talent. And, the two pieces to that being, one, really needing visas for people to be able to work in the countries they want to work in, to start their companies, and then two, being able to issue stock options. So you mentioned Not Optional, which Index has been very involved with, a number of other funds, and also our entrepreneurs to really say, how do we compensate this talent? Because, for an individual, a startup is a risky venture, and you need to find ways to be able to compensate them in a way that where an individual can handle, the eventual tax burden that will arise and be able to treat that, appropriately. So somebody can say, I'm not going to pursue a more traditional, kind of less risky career in a different industry. I'm going to join a tech company in a lot of cases, and I'm going to join a startup. So I'd say, that's the piece that we're most enthusiastic about. I mean, it's great to see that the standard is comprehensive across a lot of areas, but we've traditionally thought, with this great ecosystem, talent has been the real constraint, and we're thrilled to see that addressed so thoroughly and by 25 countries. So I would say that is a great step in the right direction. I think the key, I actually worked on the Obama administration on a lot of these similar startup visa ideas many years ago. And I think, it's one thing to have a standard and commit to it, but it will also be really important to make this a strategic priority, in every country to make sure that this is implemented to deliver on the results. But thank you for letting this American join, and thrilled to be a part of it.
Well, no, it's thank you very much for your comments, because obviously Silicon Valley is very much has been, so central to the whole tech and startup ecosystem. So it's fascinating to hear from you, from someone in Silicon Valley, that this initiative potentially has legs. Perhaps if I could turn to Varga Mayad from UiPath. Now, UiPath is considered a unicorn, absolutely, from coming out of, firstly, Romania, and secondly, of course, from the EU. I'd love to hear from you about whether or not you think this kind of initiative is strategic to startups in Europe and will make Europe competitive.
I look at this kind of initiative like natural medicine. If it doesn't help, it won't hurt. But I do hope that it does help. all the points that I have seen in the paper and the initiatives there's hard to argue against them. They all will be good to have. But I also think that the diversity of the EU could also be a strength. Obviously, the fragmentation of the EU market is quite often, unfortunately, a drag. But the diversity could also be a strength because it allows perhaps some nations within the EU to be more innovative than others and can almost be sandbox nations. And I mean no disrespect to the Baltic states, for instance, that can be looked at sometimes from the bigger EU countries as this kind of experimentation. For instance, countries like Romania, where UiPath was born, have, for instance, a very favorable stock option policy that some other larger EU country could be inspired from. So there is also this notion it's good to have common standard within the EU, and I hope that most of the things that people have signed up for will happen. But that does not prevent some EU countries to be at the forefront on some of the elements of this declaration. And one point that I think maybe perhaps we'll talk about it later, that I think was particularly important, that more than anything, I think is one of the weaknesses of the EU, is that take us, UiPath, a European company born in Romania. Our product is much more purchased and acquired by US federal agencies. We have 50 US federal agencies as clients. And until recently, we didn't have a single governmental agency in Europe as a client. This is something that every European government should really reflect upon. It is time for governments not only to put in place good policies, but also first and foremost, be showing the way and being the clients of these European-born startups. That would go a long way because startups often need these ancillary clients, these clients with whom they can not only make money, but learn. And governments could play that role by being less conservative in Europe as they are today.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point about governments being clients of startups and therefore enabling startups to grow and to flourish. Perhaps if we can turn now to Nicolas Bryan from France Digital. Obviously, France Digital advocates startups in France and also has worked at a policy level. What's some of your impressions about the policy initiative here today?
I mean, that's a great move. I mean, if we look at the bigger picture, basically startups are facing the Olympic Games. And you have the American teams that are running 100 meters straight, and the European teams are running 110 meters with hurdles, and the 27 hurdles are the 27 national regulations. So obviously, there is one team that is running faster than the other. And today, the Startup Nation standards might be an interesting way of just removing some of the 27 hurdles, or at least lowering it. And I really liked what Moya just said before. It's if it doesn't help, at least it won't hurt. And I do believe that you don't necessarily need a big, tough, strong regulation or directive to actually make some interesting moves in the European Union. I mean, these types of recommendations at the startup level, from a startup point of view, it's like sharing best practice. It's like benchmarking. It never hurts, and it's always very good if we can share this best practice. I will bounce back on one of my comments that I found extremely relevant. I have this just above in my office is this motto, this very startup motto: execution will be key. It's always good to have declarations. It's always good to have a very nice business plan, but execution is key. And that's might be our message to the policymakers that are on this great conference, is that, guys, you now need to execute. I mean, signing a declaration is extremely good, but execution is key. And we just voted, not we, but the European Parliament just voted a 750 billion euros package, a recovery plan. 20% of this is specifically aimed at digital transformation. So that means that there is 150 billion euros for digital transformation over the next coming years. Where is the money going? Are we going to purchase some American great technological solutions? Are we going to purchase some great Chinese solutions? Or are we going to use this money to help startups and to have some of this money flowing through flowing to startups through public procurement? And that's you were mentioning the fights of France Digital. We are quite active in Brussels, and sometimes we are annoying, some may say. One of our big fights at the moment is actually to have a beta, a Buy European Technology Act. I don't want our taxpayers' money to flow into foreign big tech. We have 150 billion euros money on the table for technological transformation, digital transformation on this continent in the coming years. It's EU taxpayers' money. It should go to startups. I mean, pretty much everyone does that. In the US, they do that. In Israel, they do that. In South Korea, they do that. Obviously, in China, they do that. I don't see no reason why public procurement shouldn't be oriented towards startups and technological SMEs rather than the big tech.
Yeah, thank you. And that's a very good point, because I think that the Startup Nation Standard does in fact actually cover procurement as a specific part of its recommendations.
It does. There is one piece of recommendation on it, but clearly that will be key to executing this great declaration.
Yes, and I'm sure that it'll certainly be a matter for a debate going forward. Perhaps if I could turn to Sarah Cannon again from Index Ventures. I'm sure you might think it a little bit quaint that Europe is, legislating for entrepreneurialism in this manner. But is your impression, though, that particularly on, for instance, stock option side and other issues, that this initiative will encourage US companies to put roots down in Europe? Or do you think it won't make any difference? I mean, I'm just interested in your view.
I'll take it from an economist perspective, which was my past life before being a venture capitalist. I think it'll be more competition for the US, which I think is going to be good for both sides. I don't know that it'll be, I think you'll see a lot, maybe the next Google will come from Europe and instead of coming from California. So, rather than incenting American companies to come to Europe, although it will make it easier for them as well, I think it'll be easier for them to hire talent in European markets, which would encourage the expansion. So I guess yes, but I think the real benefits will accrue on the European side and hopefully give us Americans more a run for our money. And I'd say, one other thing to highlight that I think is really important about the commitments that you all made today is the pan-European nature, because what we see with a lot of startups that we work in is they start in one country, say Personio, a great company we work with in Germany, and then they quickly want to expand to other European markets. And when the rules are different from country to country, it slows that expansion. So I think one thing I wanted to, really highlight is the importance of this being pan-European and kind of implemented consistently across countries to allow that expansion to compete in the global Olympics, as Nicholas said, with companies coming out of the US and China. So I hope there's more American company expansion, but most excited for what this is doing for Europe.
Yes, that's a very good point. And I guess the idea that Europe can become more competitive because there's more of a level playing field, more of a kind of a rule book, as it were, for everyone to play by, and a standard to which to hit. It'll certainly make the make the tech market more competitive, and of course we'll all get better products as a result. Varga from UiPath, I know that Romania has certainly gone up the scale in terms of its entrepreneurialism. I'm a frequent visitor to Romania at the Webic conference and other events, and I'm very impressed by how Romania has managed to develop its tech scene over the last few years. Do you think that there's some great learnings here for countries in Europe about best practice? Are you excited by that prospect? Do you think that there'll be more competition within Europe between countries to meet this standard?
Yes, I think there are a couple of things. First of all, I'm not one of those, and this is perhaps the reason I'm in the panel. I'm not one of those that come from the tech industry that believe that the tech industry succeeds despite government. I actually do believe that governments, including in the US, and particularly in the US, people who are a little bit more knowledgeable about the history of the Silicon Valley know that the federal government had a huge role to play in seeding and growing and making Silicon Valley what it is today. So in that sense, ponder something really, you're saying that the Romanian tech is starting to grow. It is also no surprise. The Romanian government a decade or so ago made a decision to tax exempt all IT workers. And lo and behold, what happened? American companies, large European companies started putting short service centers or tech service centers in Romania because of not only low cost labor, but also extremely advantageous tax environment. And then what happens? These guys who learned how to work for this large corporation eventually decided to become an entrepreneur. I mean, in our own case, our founder came back from the US, Romanian, Daniel, who was working for Microsoft and came back and created his company in Romania. So government intervention does help, and there are lessons to be learned. Any lever that a government can pull, it will pay in terms of dividend many years down the road. So the story is unfolding, and again, something else that I think you see whether they can learn something. Something else that I think it's important to notice. Most of the European unicorns lately do not come from the large European countries. They come actually from the smaller European countries, Estonia, Romania, Lithuania, and so on. And there is a reason for that, because when you're coming from a small country, any country is bigger than your home country. So we have a tendency to be more humble and to go global faster. I think, unfortunately, to a certain extent, from a mindset perspective, companies created in France, Germany, and I'm not going to say UK anymore because it's not the EU, but UK, they are at a mindset disadvantage. Smaller countries produce more globalizing entrepreneurs than larger countries who believe they still have to make it at home, but France is not big enough anymore. So look at the smaller countries, both in terms of policy innovation and entrepreneurial spirit.
That's a very interesting point. Often when you have no home market or very small home market, you tend to think more globally. Nicholas, Brian, if I could just ask you very quickly, do you think that this is going to mean smaller nations in the EU will be able to compete on a more level playing field with the larger nations, like France, for instance?
I will totally agree with our Romanian friend here. There is no such a thing as a big country anymore. I mean, France is 60 million people, obviously, but it's not even 1% of the global population. So, goodbye Napoleon. We're not a big country anymore. We have to face it. But that doesn't mean that we are not a proud country and that we are not able to produce great entrepreneurs and great engineers. Any country in Europe is producing a great deal of great entrepreneurs and great engineers. And I totally agree with Moyed. We have to be born global from day one, and that's probably a lesson from the Startup Nation Standard. Is that we need to be born global from day one, and to realize that once we have cleared these regulatory hurdles, there is no reason why we couldn't scale in Europe. I mean, what I find fascinating is that basically for market reasons, our startups are created in Europe but scaling in the US, and I see no reason why we couldn't scale in Europe, apart from the regulatory hurdles and the fact that we don't have a digital single market.
Well, that's a very good point. And if I can give the last question quickly to Sarah Cannon from Index, do you feel that that there's a new sort of person on campus, as it were, in terms of Europe's more level playing field as a big 350 million people bloc? Do you think that European startups can take advantage of that size in the way that US startups have?
No question. I think that's been a great advantage for the US, is having, all states be in one market. And I think Europe will be a much more formidable competitor after this standard.
Fantastic.
That will be
Thank you
deploying
very
more
much.
dollars there in the future. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, yes. And very welcome to see so many more US venture capitalists coming over to Europe and giving some competition and investing in European startups. Thank you very much, everybody, for that panel about can Europe get it right? And I'm going to throw now back to my colleague, Simon, in Lisbon.
These are no writings or sketches. These are the markings we leave when we choose our tracks. It's important to know who you are in order to become who you want to be. We're not there yet, nor do we promise you the moon, but we're getting there. We're a city of heart and brains. A work hard, play hard kind of place. We get up early because that's what you do in order to compete. We put our heart into everything. We work with heart, study with heart, cheer with heart, dream with our hearts open. We have the courage to follow our hearts. We are here because of an opportunity to start a life, to enjoy our lives, to start a family, to be a family, to start a business, a community, a city, stitched together with different colors, shapes, sizes, like some kind of stew, a hodgepodge, a goulash, a varza à la Cluj. Yeah, that's it. We're the mysterious city, the river city, startup city, the innovation city, clusters city, the festivals city, the sleepless city, the champions city, the champion city. We're Cluj, the heart of Transylvania. Come and experience why.
Well, that was an excellent video there about one of the new startup hubs, Cluj in Romania. I'm now going to turn to Constantine van Orange, the president of the Startup Delta Initiative out of the Netherlands. How are you today?
Of course, I'm muted, so but I'm very well, Mike.
we're all getting used to this new way of working. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today. Perhaps if I can start by getting your first impressions of this Startup Nation Standard initiative. I know that various voices, such as Startup Delta, have been, contributing to some of the policy ideas. How do you feel that it's come out so far?
Well, I think back to, I think it was 2012 when we first at the European Commission initiated the Startup Manifesto. And I think a lot has happened since, and which is really interesting to see is that the drive really has been picked up by member states, and that all across Europe, this idea of startup scale-ups and basically how to start tech businesses and how to get them funded has really picked up. And I think there's a growing consensus about what good policy is, and that's what this standard does. So there's a lot of diversity across Europe, but I do think we have, it's good to share some best practices and put some pressure behind that.
We heard in the panel earlier about how many smaller European countries, certainly EU countries, are actually punching above their weight at this point in time. And I know certainly the Netherlands is producing a great ecosystem, which I've been writing about as a journalist recently. Do you feel that this initiative is going to help level the playing field between countries in the EU, or do you think it's more of a broader good idea, good initiative?
Well, I think look, this whole thing starts with good entrepreneurs, and so if you, it's really about giving entrepreneurs the space to be successful. And it doesn't depend on policy alone. So policy can really facilitate this, but it's not that government is driving the tech development. So I think that should be clear. Then, of course, there's a lot you can do, and there's a lot that governments sometimes do to stop this development, maybe as kind of collateral damage of other things. But and so to be a bit more wise about policy, how it impacts these new developments, how all digitization is impacting the way we are working, the way we are communicating, our supply chains, etc., and what policy can do to actually enhance that or to make them more secure. All that is really important. And I think by now, this thinking about startups is emerging from the fringes of policy to more mainstream, and that's a real gain. And so also in smaller ecosystems that maybe have been a bit behind in this development, it does provide a framework for policy that's really useful, I believe.
And how I know that the Netherlands has produced quite a go-ahead and fast-moving tech scene in the last few years. Do you think that initiatives that you've put in at Startup Delta, that the government's put in, that local investors have done, do you think that the Netherlands will have anything to learn from this initiative, or do you feel like you've kind of got all the bases covered right now?
No, we don't. We know all the bases, but the bases are different. Implementation of the bases is different in every country, especially when you're looking at fiscal measures. So option schemes, all of the support for early stage investment, these kind of things. They are just more difficult to introduce in one country than the next. So I think we do pretty well in the Netherlands on most of the indicators here, but there are a number where we don't score well. And an initiative like this basically helps me when I approach the government or parties in government to say, we really have to do something here. And even though sometimes we've been asking for 5 years, and we hope that this framework now will provide us a bit of a stick that we can beat the government with to make some more moves in this direction, especially around options, early stage capital, and
the
visa requirements.
Yes, it's a very good point. I think that it's all about certainly a little bit of carrot and stick and a little bit of persuasion to get legislators and lawmakers to come around to the idea about how best to support startup entrepreneurs. And obviously, post-COVID pandemic, it's going to be incredibly important for economic recovery to boost these kinds of initiatives. I'd just like to ask you a quick question yourself. How have you managed to adapt to this new lifestyle of remote working? Do you feel that the industry where you are and across Europe has managed to adapt well? What's your impression of how we're working at this point in time because of the pandemic?
Well, pretty well. We first, right at the beginning of the pandemic, we shot into action to support companies that would face basically total market collapse and also an investment collapse. But on the whole, we see that the companies that we are supporting and the kind of businesses in the tech startups are mostly on trend. So they are probably invested in the energy transition or the food transition or in remote working, remote education, remote healthcare. So many things that are really accelerating because of this crisis. So on the whole, when we look, yes, there are many companies that have had problems. We have managed to support quite a number of them in this phase, but only with bridge financing, so bridge credits, no subsidies, nothing of the like. And still, most of them have survived and actually doing quite well. So on the whole, I think, and this is actually the broader message I would like to get across. Startups and scale-ups, all this stuff is not, this is not fringe companies. This is really a development where in most sectors we're going to see challenger companies that are likely to be bigger than the legacy companies. If you look at Adyen in the Netherlands, is now bigger than all the financial institutions together as a market cap, and that's a company that only existed for 13 years. So, and we're going to see that in all the sectors. And so, policymakers should be aware that this is really going very fast. And in every sector, like the Tesla in the car industry, you'll have a Tesla. And that's what we're embracing here.
Yes, it's certainly been an incredibly disruptive, but also supercharging kind of era for digitization. So it's a very good point that you make about how startups can actually end up being bigger than the incumbents to some extent.
Yeah, and look at all the vaccinations as well have all been developed by startups, because they were agile. And of course, they need the corporates for their logistics and sales and all that. But just give some credit to these very innovative small companies that have been able to help us out in this crisis.
Absolutely fantastic reminder there that we wouldn't have had a vaccine without a startup biotech company out of Berlin. So good reminder there. One of the issues in the Startup Nation Standard is diversity. Do you feel that this is going to be an initiative which will encourage startups to look at diversity, both gender and ethnicity, in how they hire talent and how they move forward?
Well, I hope so. I think it's a really important subject, and I mean, I must say, I learned myself. I thought it was a secondary issue, but in fact, it's a primary issue. I think if it's true that this tech development is actually going to take over a large part of our economy, it's completely unacceptable if that's not inclusive. So if there are large swaths of the working population that cannot participate in this, that's a big problem. And also for startups themselves, they'll need to be able to access talent pools that are maybe not in their own countries, that are not of the same background. And so companies really, if they want to be those scale-ups that go international, have to start international from the start, have to be inclusive. Otherwise, really, they will reach a plateau, which it's very hard to overcome once you're at full growth. And it's something that also all the accelerators and all the VC that are working with early stage companies should really work with their companies, their portfolio companies, to ensure that they insert this inclusivity culture.
Yes, absolutely. Very good point. And we'll be talking about diversity later on in this presentation, in this show, shall we say. Another point about the in the Startup Nation Standard is about being able to start a company in one day, 24 hours. What's your impression of that? Do you think that's something good to push, or do you think it should be that's a standard to kind of to hit, or what's your impression?
Yeah, I guess it's useful. It doesn't really matter. I mean, you're planning other stuff, and if it takes a few days, that's probably also okay. I think it's more about how a government sees its service and how so it's actually pushing governments to be much more service oriented and doing stuff in a minimal amount of time when it's actually possible, and instead of just delaying stuff and not having the right information systems in place. So all of these things, and we used to do that in the European Commission. We had a single point of entry also for all e-government services. The more you can do that, the faster you can serve people, and the better. Then I'm always for it. But I don't think it's the most critical of the Startup Nation central points.
I guess certainly 24 hours is something to aspire to, certainly, for sure. Another point to consider is talent. And obviously, immigration is often a little bit of a hot political touch point. But certainly when startups want to hire the best talent from around the world, they really want to be able to kind of smash those barriers and get the best talent that they can get into the country. Do you feel that this standard is going to be able to facilitate that in some ways and break down some of those barriers?
Yeah, probably. And I think it's better to do this at a European level, make Europe really attractive for talent, and talent to flow between European countries, but also from the outside coming in. Though I'm a bit wary against this kind of national competition, trying to poach each other's talent. All that I think is a bit unproductive. But if it pushes governments to create more open environments that are more supportive of entrepreneurs and fast high growth companies, then I think it could be an additional tool that's useful.
And another issue that it throws up is the improvement of how stock options are shared. We heard earlier on the panel that this is one of the key drivers and incentives for certainly brand new startup entrepreneurial businesses. Do you feel that this is something that this standard is going to be able to push, and do you feel that it's going to help certainly your work at Startup Delta in how you lobby on this issue?
Yeah, absolutely. So the European Commission doesn't have direct competence on tax issues. So this is really something we member states need to do. But putting it up there and making sure that this is that people understand that this is probably the most important HR instrument for the tech scene, that makes this topic really interesting and important. I think that it is quite complicated because different taxes, different levels of tax, of income tax and of capital gains tax, will make that the policy choices between different countries are do work out differently. But I think what's important is that we understand the objective of this, and the objective is to give startups an opportunity to hire talent that otherwise can only be hired by banks and by Google and Uber and these kind of companies. But now you actually have an opportunity to get stock options and therefore be part of the success of the company. And it's also a way to attract foreign talent, and it's also a way to retain your local talent. So truly important subject. If Europe can help, raise the topic, if Europe can maybe set a kind of a standard for this, it would definitely help my work.
Brilliant. Well, that's very interesting feedback. So we'll be poring over the standard as it's released today, and I hope that it meets your expectations. Well, that's just about all we have time for now, and I think we're moving to the next section of the event.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Just moving, I think we're moving to Simon now. Over to you. I think we're just getting Simon back. We're trying to coordinate an international event from between London, Brussels and Lisbon, so obviously not ideal sometimes in logistics, but certainly we'll get through. So we'll now be having a lightning talk from Ricardo Marino Felix, Vice President of the European Investment Bank.
Well, thank you very much. Now from Luxembourg. I would like to thank the Portuguese Presidency for the invitation for this conference, which in my view is a key conference for our future. I also want to congratulate today's historical achievement. The three declarations announced today are critical. The European Data Gateways Declaration, the EU Startup Nations Standard Declaration, and the Declaration on a Green and Digital Transformation for the EU are, in my view, of paramount importance. They are key to support a green and digital transition, as well as a green digital coalition. Private sector and its creative power is just essential to achieve these goals. The future prosperity of Europe hinges on leading the next wave of industrial transformation. I believe that green and digital transition, startups and scale-ups, are the engine of this transformation, and Europe needs to be fully committed to support green and digital transition, to deliver on the Paris Agreement without any hesitation, and to make Europe the first carbon-neutral continent by 2050. This is no less than imperative. The investment in green and digital transition will be key to achieve this ambition and support an inclusive economic recovery that builds back better and that leaves no one behind. That's our European way to move forward. Digitalization is definitely part of the response to COVID-19. Digital technologies are critical to climate transition. Innovation at the intersection of digitalization and the decarbonization will be of paramount importance for our future. But despite Europe's leading position on climate innovation, supporting the new digital technologies is a key strategic investment for us. It is part of the strategic autonomy of Europe. We cannot simply ignore that Europe has a development gap.
Simon is doing the next section.
United States and China and Asia in new technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and quantum computing. I'd like to acknowledge the Portuguese Presidency for today's achievement. The signature of the Ministerial Declaration on the European Union Startup Nations Standard of Excellence and the setting of the 8 standard best practices is really a milestone, and the launch of the Europe Startup Alliance Nations is very important for all of us. I would like to highlight the importance of providing access to equity and financing through venture capital. The IB is supporting startups to grow quickly and to innovative SMEs and larger companies. And we are prepared to do more and better. The IB is one of the largest supporters of innovation and the larger providers of venture capital in the European Union. And we are deeply committed to continue our support to the development of new digital technologies. Since 2000, the IB Group invested more than 200 billion in innovation and skills to unleash the power of creativity and connect millions of innovative minds across Europe and beyond, to advance innovation, to address the social and economic challenges of today, but also those of tomorrow. The IB Group invested in over 500 funds and supported almost half of the European unicorns that emerged in the past 15 years, mostly at the infant stage of their development. So Skype, Skyscanner, WeTransfer, and TransferWise, BlaBlaCar, Spotify, Shazam, Just Eat, Farfetch, Rovio, and Zalando are names that we know from their infant age. EIB signed close to 150 venture debt transactions, totaling more than 3 billion euros so far, supporting investments of more than 7 billion euros. These financings were mostly deployed under mandates from the European Commission. We are the EU Bank. We work in close cooperation with the European Commission. Jointly, we have created more than 25,000 jobs, high-quality jobs, mostly research-based in critical European projects. For instance, the search engine Quant, the development of manufacturing and the manufacturing of BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, and the ongoing developments of vaccines by CureVac, including for COVID-19, were supported by the EU Bank. But there are bottlenecks. Firm size and market fragmentation appears to be holding back digital adoption in Europe. High fixed costs and financing obstacles for intangible assets make it easier for larger firms to invest in digital technologies. The adoption rates for micro and small firms are lagging. We need to tackle this. We need to unleash our potential of innovation and creation. It is crucial to support SMEs and startups to foster their innovative and disruptive potential. It is crucial to accelerate digital and green transition. It is a key contribution for the well-being of the European Union's citizens. The IB has a broad portfolio of financial products to support startups and SMEs to address different challenges for innovation and development of skills. These include equity investing in venture capital and in private equity, quasi-equity products, loans to help universities build research infrastructures, backing for vocational training, financing for startups, and money to help companies to scale up, to push the frontier of innovation and to develop digital infrastructures. EIB is perceived in lending as an endorsement, as a seal of excellence to the projects that tends to crowd in significant amounts of private capital, making the deployment of the EU programs more impactful. EU programs such as InvestEU and the recovery plan will be crucial to put the recovery into action, to deliver to our citizens, to leave no one behind. We are ready to support the recovery. We are on it. We cannot miss it in the name of Europe, in the name of the European citizens, and in the name of our kids, the future European citizens. I'd like to give a big thank you to all of you, and thanks for your attention. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that lightning talk, Ricardo Marino Felix, from the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. And I believe we're now going back to Lisbon for a session, a panel session. Online conference, forced to do so with the health pandemic, with the health circumstance we have in the world right now. And there's twerks and challenges, but let's keep going for the day. And we have an interesting panel coming up right now. I'm going to introduce the panelists first. We have the member of the European Parliament from Bulgaria, Eva Mejdal, the Deputy CEO of the European Investment Fund, Roger Havanit, founder of Rolik from Czech, Thomas Kupr, from Allied for Startups, and from the City Council of Sausalito, Mrs. Melissa Blaustein, and one of the first investors here in Lisbon and one of the guarantors of success for many startups, Alexandre Barbosa from Faber Ventures. Welcome, everyone.
I would like to start with you, Eva, if I may. As an MEP, but also being on the committee, I believe, of the economic affairs, the econ, you're dealing a lot with SMEs. It is more focused around SMEs than it is actually focused on startups, if I'm not mistaken. But from my perspective, there is a very interesting transition going on between what our understanding of a small to medium enterprise really is and what a startup is. And so asking you now, from your experience in the econ, do you see that distinction? Is that still prevalent, or is that a transformation that we need to also possibly address in policy?
Thank you very much for having me, first of all, and I'm glad that we have a specific panel when it comes to startups. Why? You said that's probably something I work on within my committee. Well, a number of reasons. The first one is that indeed, we tackle the economic progress through SMEs, through startups, through the industry at large. But the interesting thing is that just a couple of years ago, when I first became an MEP, the word startup was not featured in a single piece of legislation. But I'm glad that we've walked quite a bit of a path over the past couple of years. We not only have the word featured in legislation, but we also have worked on documents such as the Startup Manifesto, the Scale Up Manifesto. We have concrete proposals coming out of this document. We also made sure that there is more funding, whether it's through the crowdfunding legislation that I worked on in the Parliament, whether it's through projects related to InvestEU, as it was also mentioned earlier. We have done quite a bit. Can we do more? Absolutely. And I think today and the standards that are being announced, it's a good step exactly and forward in that direction. Why? Because I think there are certain administrations that across Europe that have some sort of a limited capacity and a more limited entrepreneurial culture. So they need concise, they need prescriptive guidelines that might be effective for them, and also in a way a low risk way for them to catch up. One could also say that we kind of need this healthy peer pressure from member states. And I think this is a good way where we bring down cultural and administrative barriers. And that's why I welcome this step very much, and I'm very supportive of it. And I guess the more we talk about what we have to do, the easier will be at one point to do the walk in the member states, but also collectively, we as legislators to enable that startups can grow and startups can prosper. We've heard, and I will not over-repeat, all the excellent examples we have in Europe over the past years. It would be good if this pace continues, and most importantly, if we continue to build on top of it.
Right, and I obviously genuinely agree. I've been working on both the Scale Up Manifesto and now the Startup Nation Standard together with the Commission, and I think both are relevant, and they continuously sort of stimulate the discussion around what should be done and what can be done. But from the perspective, again, I believe that in the Commission there was once a definition of what an SME is, so a small to medium enterprise. And from what I know, this has created a lot of bureaucratic hurdles, actually, more than it helped. And there's been a strong motion inside the startup community, and I was actually also pushing for it, that startups could be and should be defined differently than an SME, because essentially in the early stage, you have a lot of risk or you have a heightened risk of failure. You have the old myth of 9 out of 10 companies actually failing before success is possible and within sight. Obviously, from being from Bulgaria, do you believe that there is a need, not necessarily a need, but maybe an opportunity to differentiate our corporate law, to differentiate our funding schemes, to focus some of what we're doing more precisely on fast-growing companies, on the few of them that are succeeding, or maybe do we even need to attach or discuss insolvency law in the aspect of what the digital change is bringing about?
Well, you know, if I sit in the Commission, I might not be as optimistic as I could allow myself to be as a member of the European Parliament. But I believe that it would be good if we have different sorts of funding and different sorts of ways to support startups, to support SMEs, and to support industry. Because if we look just back over the past year, a lot of the resources that were given actually went into larger companies. And in a way, one would say that's normal for a number of reasons. But on the other hand, it would be important to support the ones that are smaller or the ones that are newer on the market, because some of them actually were the most agile ones and the ones that so easily transform themselves. I mean, there's a number of European startups that when the pandemic hit, they managed to change what they produce or what they do in order to feel better the societal needs. So if they're able to do that, I think we should be able to provide funding for them. Because if one looks into, you know, InvestEU, for example, there is opportunities, but it's a very difficult, not just process, but it's very difficult to make sure that small companies, in particular startups, can get as much as the funding as a larger company. It's obviously not at the same parity level. And therefore, I think there is absolutely, I think, the need to do what you mentioned. The question is, can we do it? And are we ready to do it? And there, I think there's quite some more work to be done.
Oh, I agree with that sentiment 100%. And I do believe that today is a large step forward in achieving that possibility for companies to go beyond of what we've experienced in the past 20 years. Funding is a fantastic segue, because with us today is Roger from the European Investment Fund. And, you know, one could argue that the EIF is the mother of all venture capital in Europe, if that's fair to say, because I think around 50% of it is actually coming from the EIF, and especially focusing, which I'm very, very happy about, on debut funds. So the first-time funds that are trying to launch, and usually with less track record, are the ones that can tap this enormous resource. And, you know, having that insight and having that knowledge into the European ecosystem, I wonder, Roger, is it a myth or is it true? Can you see data that actually at a certain point of scale, European founders go to the US and have to leave Europe because it's impossible for them to scale? The famous thing to say in 2021, Roger, I think you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now? I was unmuted by the host.
Very well.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Great. So let me say that I'm very happy to be at this virtual day, which is about digital, but also indeed startups and entrepreneurs and SMEs. We at the EIF have really a policy mission combined with remuneration as well. So we do it in a market way, but it's to support the European businesses and entrepreneurs. And indeed, we have quite a lot of instruments to do it, and we have many counterparts. You refer to them maybe in very kind words. The mother of all venture capital in Europe might be a bit exaggerated, but indeed we are using not only venture capital, although this is a very important part, but also debt, guarantees, alternative forms of finance, private credit, securitization, in order to bring financing to Europe's bright entrepreneurs. And this means, of course, that we are carefully gauging the activity in order to attract also private resources, not only public. For us, it's important to crowd in private investors. So last year, indeed, we committed just under 30 billion to the European economy. And since we are co-investing, sharing risk, this will translate into some 67 billion in total for SMEs and small mid-caps. I insist also that nowadays the EU definition is still SME, but very often it's broadened in programs to include also small mid-caps, which helps to overcome some limitations. Now in Portugal, since it's starting from Lisbon, I want to say that we are also quite involved in several funds. We did some 16 different transactions last year, and this translated into almost 3 billion for Portuguese businesses. A big part of what we do is indeed venture capital, and there we are focusing on entrepreneurs at the very first steps of their business efforts. So when someone starts up a company, they are usually addressing a problem and they're offering a solution. In this sense, they are by definition creating high added value. It's startups that are pushing us forward, driving the transition in the economy towards a more digital and greener world, and sometimes they are revolutionizing the way we live. Now, supporting innovative startups is as much about driving these transitions as it is also about creating the champions of tomorrow. The champions of tomorrow will create jobs, growth and fiscal revenues, but they will also keep the EU competitive on the global stage. Now, despite some deficiencies in certain geographic areas in Europe, we are now doing better than in the past in terms of offering early stage support. But there is no reason for complacency. In the US and Israel, venture capital investments are equivalent to roughly 0.35% of GDP. And in the EU, no member state exceeds 0.1%. And the average is closer to 0.04%, which is 1/10 of the US. We are building certainly on our stellar research and education institutions, and probably the best in the world. We have, for example, the highest number of engineers. But we are not as strong when it comes to later stage support, growth stage support. The exit market is a major weakness, and only 3% of exits are IPOs. Now we are reaching out to the fund managers, and they confirm in the service this fact. They consider the exit environment as a major challenge. And indeed, you asked about figures, and I will give you some. If you look at the larger rounds, and I'm referring here to rounds of 100 million or plus in European companies, 90% of them are led nowadays by non-European investors. Growth financing is not coming from Europe. The Asian investors a couple of years ago were just investing 5 million in a few companies. And 3 years ago, they were already up to 1.8 billion in 117 European tech companies. And again, a few years ago, the US compared, when it comes to later stage investments, to Europe by a factor of 6 times. And I'm particularly concerned if I look at the Forbes 2019 list of top digital companies, and I see only one European featuring in the top 20, and that's Deutsche Telekom. Okay, there are 5 in the top 13, but still. So we need to do more to keep our brightest entrepreneurs here in Europe. And how do we prevent this exodus? Well, we at the EIF see 3 key policies that can help. First, dedicated financial instruments. And we are currently putting in place a number of initiatives together with the EC and the EIB, such as Escalar or the IPO fund that the Commission President referred to. And they will create the right fund sizes, the right ticket sizes, and focus on growth stage investments so that we can keep our champions here in Europe. And we are ready to help also with the resilience and recovery funds as well. Secondly, we need continuity in financing throughout the company's life cycle. This goes beyond equity, of course, to include also debt, once a company has a track record, but also alternative forms of financing to which I referred. Thirdly, we need to build up the ecosystems. Champions breed champions. We need to invest in creating hubs, synergies, build up know-how, credibility, attract investors and more experts. We have seen how this can have an impact in places like Bulgaria, the Baltics, Greece, where interventions have kick-started the investment ecosystem. And of course, all the regulatory adjustments described in EU Startup Nation Standard of Excellence can obviously play an important role in feeding the market with entrepreneurial ventures that will get off to a much more solid start, on more stable footing, protecting innovation limiting bureaucracy, digitalizing and speeding up procedures. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think that it is very due to actually hear an entrepreneur here now today. I want to ask you, Tomasz. First of all, am I saying your name right?
Yes.
Is it Tomasz Kupry or is it? Yes?
It's
Okay.
Tomasz Kupry,
That's good news.
I don't mind. I lived in the UK for too long to have it misspelled, so I'm okay.
Okay, great. What I wanted to ask you, I mean, the numbers that I found online are very impressive. You've built, I believe it's a unicorn already, Rolik, which is the Czech Republic's predominant e-grocery store, online store. And if I saw the numbers right, you've initially invested most of the money yourself until you found a large VC with Target Ventures to invest another 190 million euros. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, I have a couple successful exits built already, but this was first significant round of 190 million. So I think fairly sizable in European context, led by Partech, and big participation from Index Ventures. And we also have EBRD in our cap table now. So we're looking forward to working with them. But yeah, we will do hopefully just under 500 million of revenues next financial year.
Wow. Congratulations on that. You're coming from a home market which is not that sizable, may I say, in comparison to other European markets. I believe with around 10 million people. And that said, do you have your eyes on internationalization? Is your line of business fit for the market? Do you see enough growth potential where you are? Or do you even consider growing outside of the European Union? What's your thoughts on growth?
Yeah, so I mean, we launched just over a year ago operations in Hungary. Now we are operating in Austria as well, building fulfillment centers in Germany as we speak. So it's going to be pretty rapid expansion from now on. And I like EU, so you know, we focused on that market for the time being, but never say never, really. But if you look at how e-grocery is developing across the world, I think there's lots going on in the US, lots going on in Asia. And I think, you know, EU also has its own story. So this is where we are focused at the moment. And EU is actually massively underdeveloped in our industry. So there's plenty of growth potential.
You have no idea how much I love the sound of that. Now, if that is the scope, and if you now, I mean, obviously every entrepreneur like I am myself, we can only endorse the Startup Nation standards and everything I've seen today and that was worked on, it's only helpful, obviously. But if you had a magic genie bottle and you would say, I have one wish for the policymakers and the audience of today here, what would that be to make what you're doing much, much easier for you?
Only one.
Give me 1.5.
No, I think there's lots of focus that's going into funding at the moment. And drawing from my experience, I think it's not that difficult to get funding if you have interesting company. And I think EIF is doing a wonderful job in that regard, you know, helping funds across Europe to get more capital and be very active. So I don't actually think that's the correct focus. I think what is problematic, especially when you're growing really fast, is talent. And I think you should focus on how entrepreneurs can get talent especially when you really need talent at fast pace, and maybe that talent is not accessible in the EU. So I think that's first wish, and then the second or a half wish would be really around simplifying stock options. That I know is a topic here somewhere already, but it's really hard, and to really motivate people. Especially when they are used to the US standards of stock options. This is really, it's a tax burden for the company, it's tax burden for employees in many cases. It's anything but simple. And I believe that would help massively to attract the talent, because it's not just attracting talent from outside the EU, it's also attracting talent from inside EU, talent that works for big corporations that maybe are not going to bring this transformation that we so desperately need. But they have really good jobs there. So if you're an emerging startup, it's really difficult to motivate those people and pay them without stock options. So that would be my second wish, if I may have to.
Well, that's a great thing, because as you probably know, the stock options and the simplification, or let's call it an implementation of such programs across the member states, has been agreed today to be followed up upon in the near future. Thank you so much, Tomáš. And that's a good segue, because yes, in the US, so many things are so much easier. I want to move on to Melissa. Melissa, you're joining us, I believe, from Sausalito in California, and you are an active policy, activist. I already said active. You're a policy powerhouse. You've been working with me and with the other colleagues in Allied for Startups in Brussels. I was lucky enough to be there from day one with you in the Atlantic Council and been following that work very closely. But Sausalito, where you work in the city council, just since last November, you're actually a bridge away from the hotspot of tech from San Francisco. So tell me about, how did you get excited about that? What motivated you, coming from where you are, to look at European policy and work with us on Allied for Startups?
Absolutely. And thank you so much for having me today. And thank you for your work on the Startup Nation Standard. I know you have been working tirelessly with members of the Commission, and our membership is thrilled and so happy to see this announcement today, because it means so much for the future of scaling in Europe and really globally. And the reason I mentioned globally, you're asking me about startups in San Francisco and why I'm interested in the policy environment in Europe. Well, the reality is Europe was first to the mark in terms of talking about how we make or change any digital policy. So in 2014, when I founded Allied for Startups with 14 member associations, it was at the beginning of the conversations around the digital single market in Europe and what that would mean and what we were going to do to look at creating a comprehensive market for all of these different member states. And we saw what happened, right? Europe was the first to create any sort of data protection regulation. Everyone raced forward to try and get on board with what Europe was doing and copy it. Europe is so fast and efficient at talking about these big digital conversations. But what Silicon Valley is really good at is not talking about it at all and just moving fast and breaking things, which has a lot of positives and a lot of negatives. And I thought it was interesting to hear from both Roger and Tomáš. Roger mentioned that there's a factor of 6 times the investment in the US versus in Europe. But what Europe has that the US definitely doesn't have is a Startup Nation Standard, right? So you're having these conversations about how do we start doing things so that we can get past that 6 times and actually get to 10 times. I think there's so much potential because governments are focusing on this. And I think Tomáš is an excellent example of that with 500 million in revenues. It can be done. The reality of the situation is that startups are global from day one. Policy made in Europe is going to impact any startup, whether they're in San Francisco or they're in Lisbon. And so it's really important at Allied for Startups. And what our main goal is to consensus build across nations. So we see someone doing a great job in Chile, for instance, with the startup visa, and we say, hey, why can't we have that same program in Europe? So the whole purpose of Allied for Startups is to take what's working and spread it across markets so that entrepreneurs can easily scale and grow together. And we have an amazing membership now of over 40 members, 30 countries, 4 continents. And I just want to say the Startup Nation Standard is a great example of policymakers and startups coming together. And I'm so appreciative of the work that you're doing on that.
Thank you for that, Melissa. I mean, you know, obviously it's the beginning of something where we're starting with this year, even though there's been a lot of work going into it, but now with the wider adoption in the member states. I know you're such, you know, you have so much deep inside knowledge on all of these points. Is there anything, and I'm going to ask this almost everyone today, is there anything you would say like, okay, this one thing is missing, we need that right now, please do it?
I would say really bringing startups to the table. I think we did a good job with the Startup Nation Standard here to make sure that the right people were in the conversation. But we like to say at Allied for Startups that if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And I think it's really important that these startups have the chance and opportunity to be involved in these conversations. It's one thing to adopt and sign on to a standard. It's another to actually take the steps to move forward with that standard. And that involves inviting people like Tomas or people like our members of France Digital to the table to have these conversations to make sure, are we actually making a startup visa program that works? Is it easy to apply? Are we actually integrating diversity and inclusion? Can you start up in a day? Because there's a lot of, from our experience, talking about these things and coming up with these great ideas. But then when it comes to action, that's where startups are so much faster than government, right? At actually moving things forward. So for me, that would be big on my wish list.
Thank you so much for that, Melissa. I want to talk for a second to Alex Barbosa. Alex has been behind the most memorable and still active successes here from the Portuguese ecosystem, such as Zask, Cedars, Whole 19, Unbabel, Codacy, and you have just announced the availability of another 20 million euros to deploy into the ecosystem. We've heard several perspectives here, a similar small market like Portugal with 10 million in the Czech Republic. We've heard something from the US. We've been listening to the EIF and how sort of the ecosystem is, we could call it unbalanced between the member states. Being from Portugal, the exodus or some of the companies having left to the United States to scale faster, do you sort of tell your companies, don't do that, stay here, or do you actually go for what is required, the fastest growth possible, and suggest that they should go where the biggest merit is?
Well, Simon, thank you for having me today. It's really an honor to join this panel. I mean, as you know, we have a high conviction strategy around Southern Europe and specifically Portugal. We were indeed fortunate to be chosen by some of the most promising founders of the last few years to be an early, sometimes first investor in their projects and companies. We really focus on helping founders de-risk and accelerate go-to-market and early growth. And so anything that can help companies and promising teams grow globally and scale their businesses is actually a priority for us. So if that means overcoming the local hurdles and reaching out as soon as possible to the larger markets, and that is obviously inclusive of the US, then that's how we work with founders in the early stage. But in that sense, that's also been proving as a successful journey for some of the founders who have been paving the way for the sort of early product market fit that the local ecosystem has been demonstrating. Some of the early cases of companies founded like Feedzai or OutSystems or TalkDesk in the late 2000s or early 2010s, and then a second cohort with Unbabel or Defined Crowd or Cedars or Codacy. I mean, those companies are obviously now showing sustainable, fast growth year on year. And that is the result of the early seeding work that has been done in the early days of those companies. So it's really, in our view, impossible to hope for a late stage, strong, qualified pipeline of highly scalable late stage European companies without strongly building the seed foundation in the local hubs. What we see is that the early or the latest recent years in the local hubs of Southern Europe have been reflecting what's happening across Europe outside of the sort of tier one, more mature ecosystems. And that's where talent is flowing. We have been seeing a new generation of founders working around technical depth, very strong, deeper tech, strongly engineering driven teams and products. We see a more diverse stack of founders. We also see more experience and a clear focus on how to go to markets. And that is very promising, because as we look towards the next 10, 20 years of industry transformation, and where if we try and match that and the requirements for that to happen successfully with what's going on at academia, research groups, incubators, accelerators, and all across the ecosystem, we see a lot of science-driven teams working in those areas.
Thank you for that. That's, you know, I'm here too for the past years, and I've seen the ecosystem here develop enormously, and I know which contribution you guys had and several other players. And on that note, and also with, you know, what we heard earlier from the European Investment Fund, public funding many times is perceived, I'm going to say it, and it's not necessarily what I think, but it's often perceived as dumb money and too available. And sometimes even a distortion of the local market of investments. Now, from my perspective, I think there's a phased approach possibly, but the earlier stage in ecosystem is probably the more important the public hand is. Or would you disagree and say it doesn't matter which stage we're in the ecosystem, everybody should be doubling up, we need more funding no matter what it is we do?
Well, I think the public money and namely the EIF has been playing a crucial role in building the market. I mean, if we look at emerging markets, you have to build a strong cohort and a strong generation of founders, but you also need to build the class of institutional private LPs that can get exposure and back emerging managers and new funds that specialize in working with different natures of entrepreneurs. And so we see clearly the benefit today of having public funding to back the emerging class of GPs and VC managers. That has proven instrumental to help launch some of the most promising companies today that were born out of Portugal. And if we look towards the future, we see still a gap to be filled with quality capital from either public or private capital, as long as it's qualified capital, professional investors that can understand the parameters of this asset class. It's a long-term journey. It's a long-term asset class. You need to seed the way to get to late-stage success. But you also need to be careful in managing an alignment of incentives, avoid distortion of the market with the wrong incentives, and to actually build a long-term class of investors that can get involved in a sustainable family and franchise of multiple funds over time. And so back to your question, I would say there's clearly still the requirements of mobilizing private capital, and public money is crucial in getting that done. And as we look towards a later stage growth of successful companies, different types of instruments will continue to require the participation of public financing. Now, there's also the clear sign that new spaces of innovation are emerging, either by the industry applications of deep tech, but also climate tech and related areas, and those are still even younger and more emerging than traditional ICT. And so I would say in those new areas, public money is even more relevant.
Yeah, and I obviously agree that what we heard also today in the morning, in the beginning of the afternoon from Ann Mettler was precisely around that. There is a large amount of capital required for some of the technologies that actually really will push the envelope also for sustainability and the survival of our planet. We have a large panel for a short amount of time. I would really love to go back to each one of you, but also I know some of you really need to urgently leave. And so I would like to thank you all for joining me from this panel today. It was great to hear from a very different amount of perspectives, founder, fund of funds, politician and member of the European Parliament, and a local VC here from Portugal. Thank you very much for your contributions. And we're moving on to a fireside chat with David Hanf, who is the managing director of Terramundo. And he is the founder of the German Startup Association. And since I'm originally German, I'm going to call it out. It's the Bundesverband Deutsche Startups. And we're supposed to have here as well the director of La French Tech, Kat Bolongen. But I heard through my little bird tweeting on my shoulder that there's a technical problem still with her. So we're moving on to David. David, how are you? How have you been? Could you give us a short introduction on how you came about to founding the German Startup Association actually took place, and when? I think it was 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
True. Thank you for having me. I'm in the startup scene for quite many years. Actually, we talked yesterday, right? Maybe you even longer, but it's been more than 12 years. So having recognized all the time that there is little understanding for needs of startups, which have completely different ways of growing a company and innovating, some 8 or 9 years even ago, we founded the German Startup Association, which I can truly say is the representative of the political interest of startups in Germany, so helping improve the German ecosystem. And that has been, I think, a very successful path in the last years. I would say Germany is a startup nation. Now, does it only have to do with our work? Certainly not, and probably less so. But I can also say we've had some successes in Germany in the last couple of years to make this a better place for founding a company.
Hi.
Right, ultimately the ambition. Hey. Hello, do we have Kat in here? I just heard a hi, but keeping going with where we just were, I think the most interesting thing about Germany is actually, and I've had my struggles with that, I have to be honest with you, but actually it's a very large ecosystem when it comes to the home market size, and it's a very profound ecosystem, technology that's available, the large companies that are available. And you know, it sounds like it should be the perfect breeding ground for the next tech champions of the world. Actually, what I felt on the ground is that it created a reluctancy for fast-moving, fast-paced, new forms of entrepreneurship. And certainly the move fast, break things attitude of some of the founders doesn't resonate so well with many of the politicians that I've spoken to. So could you shed some light on that? Why do you think this discrepancy exists? And what should we be doing? What do we need to be doing in order to maybe balance that off a little and use the full potential that that ecosystem has?
Yeah, I think I agree to your perception, and that is even more bizarre because actually 120 years ago, maybe 150 years ago, Germany was probably the startup nation in the world, right? With all these companies that were founded back then that are still today in the German DAX. So it's very old companies that lead the economy in Germany. And so you're right. Why have we lost it in those years? I think I cannot fully answer that question in our call today, in our fireside chat. What is probably more important is what do we have to change? And some things are easy. That is probably making founding startups easier, attracting more money, and attracting more talent. Well, that is probably a bit of a harder thing, but that has kind of, I see that that coming, right? Through policymaking, through more and more funds, through the ecosystem simply growing older, former founders exiting, becoming angels, funding new startups. Kind of, you see that what has happened in Silicon Valley. You see that happening in the last 10 years more and more. So this is probably on a good way. But what is missing is still this mentality thing. You're absolutely right about that, right? Starting something, taking the risk, failing. We have certainly a culture where failing is considered a failure and not the experience to make it better the next time. So this is probably one of the harder things, to have a kind of a mentality shift in the society. So we have certainly not a rocket there to change that. It's probably an iterative process, and we certainly have to promote entrepreneurship, starting in schools and certainly in university more, and being proud of entrepreneurs and forgiving failure. Right, that's one of the harder things, I would say.
Yeah, truth be told, there's just as an anecdote, there's a German famous crime TV series called Tatort. The translation eludes me, but usually the entrepreneur is the bad guy that killed everyone. So that's a very German perspective on entrepreneurship. Now that we have Kat with us, Kat, I believe we got rid of the technical issues. Are you there?
Yep, here I am.
Great, hello, Kat. So quite the opposite, actually, in France, which is phenomenal. I mean, from a perception of a culture that very much protects its own cultural realm to what Emmanuel Macron himself called himself as the startup president. I mean, wow. Can you shed some light on how it got there and what that path of transition was to actually get to that point?
Well, there are a couple of things I could say about that. That path is certainly not very long, in the sense that a lot of the pro-startup policy, a lot of the pro-startup initiatives that you're seeing really started bubbling up in France in 2013. La French Tech, which is the movement that I lead, was born in 2013. It is also certainly not easy, to the point of Germany. It takes a lot to make a pretty strong tech ecosystem. But at the end of the day, I think it really boils down to really strong leadership. A lot of the things that had happened in France have happened very quickly, whether it's the reform of the stock options, or the unlocking of the 6 billion for growth stage funding, or the new visa policy. All of these things actually happened within the last 18 months or so, and a lot of that comes from something that's not necessarily cultural, but it does come from very strong leadership with Emmanuel Macron, who is actually still definitely shining the way forward, and also with Cédric O, who's our Minister for Digital Affairs.
Right, and I mean, I feel a similar power and movement here in Portugal, whereas both of you, I think, know I've been working for the last years with the government on implementing policies for startups and entrepreneurship. And the one thing that strikes me the most is the availability of the government to discuss, both with entrepreneurs and of course, the institutions that are focused on that, such as Startup Portugal and now Portugal Digital. And you have that reach in France. It seems you do not really have that reach in Germany. Before we go back to you, David, what is the prime success factor for creating sort of the programs? If it isn't reach into the government, probably it is. But if there's anything else that one needs to know in order to make programs more successful, maybe let's do it this way. What are your top 3 success factors in implementing policy with the government where you are right now, Kat?
Well, part of it is being the government. So I'm actually a public servant, as are most people in my team. The thing is, I think when people think of the government, as you were saying about sort of TV shows, they think of this sort of creepy, nebulous entity, that's very difficult to talk to. And I think, one of the biggest things that have made things possible for us to move pretty quickly over the last few years is the issue of startups is not considered a side project in France. You heard the president say it himself. It's not a side project. It's core to our overall economic development strategy. Certainly core to the rebound strategy, and beyond that, it's treated as an emergency. right? Where I know that a lot of people who are in similar positions that I am in other countries spend most of their energy and most of their time convincing their governments that this is something important. Now, definitely step number one is like, you got to get over that hump, because it's very difficult to fight your way every time you're trying to put in place the slightest reform to to have things move forward. The second thing is like something, again, going to leadership, something that allows us to do is, so like we talk a lot about my team, La French Tech, which is very visible, right? Like a lot of people have seen the Red Rooster and, have heard me or Cedrico speak on behalf of La French Tech. The truth is that inside the government, we're spread across every single ministry. So the way that we're structured, and, which is another, I think, success factor is really teamwork, is that we have, my team that does function as, sort of like headquarters for the overall strategy, but then we have over 50 correspondents in almost every single ministry, every single major government administration, from the Bank of France to the National Space Agency, and they make sure that we work really hand in hand, elaborate rolling out the structure. I'll give you one concrete example, which is I think one of our biggest wins over the last 18 months. Really, it's the French Tech visa. So in a lot of countries, you'll have a lot of lobbying saying, hey, talent is important, can you do something? And you'll have a lot of organizations that will be like, yes, talent is important, we need to do something. The government must do something. Now, in our case, the way that happens is like, we're like, okay, we all agree, this is like obvious, everybody, talent is a massive issue, especially in young ecosystems like France, where we don't necessarily have access to a lot of the battle-tested tech exec talent that has had tons of experience scaling a company from 5 to 500, right? And so when we launch something like the visa, it's not just the government; it's literally people from my team and in the Ministry of Economy drafting the actual, drafting the actual executive decree that makes the kind of amendments that we need to immigration law. It's working hand in hand with the Ministry of Interior Affairs to make sure that every single one of the prefectures actually knows what these things are, and working with them on the on the immigration side. It's working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and every single embassy and every single consulate abroad to roll it out and sort of do customer service. It's working with the sort of government IT department to make sure that you're doing KYC properly as you're rolling this out. So at the end of the day, it comes out to teamwork. And I guess like the third thing, if we talk about three things, I think another one is I think the relationship that we have with the ecosystem. The frontier between us and the ecosystem is very, very blurry. My team sits in, like half of my team is inside the Ministry of Economy, like physically, and the other half is in Station F, which is Europe's biggest incubator, and that allows us to really be on the ground with startups all the time. They come to us, we go to them, and it makes sure that for us, startups are never just like statistics or reports. They're actually the people that we spend 75% of our time with every time we do actually have meetings.
Well, that's a fascinating insight, and I believe that I have similar experiences here from Portugal, working from Startup Portugal on what we do in fund of funds, how to invest public money, how to make sure early stage is as deregulated as possible. We have Zonas Livres Tecnológicas, which is a a deregulated zone for certain technologies that's been approved in a Council of Ministers. So that is crucial without a question, and that is where the success lies. And I believe also a lot of the best practices from the Startup Nation Standard have actually been derived from the success stories that have been seen in some of these countries that have programs like yours. David, my apologies, David. Germany has none of that yet, and I believe we're coming out of a phase of a very strong and long-term government structure. Angela Merkel, a personal hero of mine for many of the things she's done, has never really been the most forthcoming when it comes to technology and pushing the edge of entrepreneurship. Do you see a strong switch in mentality that might be on the horizon in the coming elections, which I believe are this fall? Do you think we're even going to see a digital minister?
I think there's a high chance for that. You're right, absolutely right about Angela Merkel, and I also admire her for many things she's done. And maybe there's even some positive things in the last years that actually as a startup association, we always were listened. Of course, we made noise. Actually, on your question before, how to be successful, you first have to make a lot of noise before you get listened, and then you have to, of course, base that with research and so on. But I have the feeling that in all democratic parties in Germany, you have startup representatives, kind of politicians that have been entrepreneurs before or that have dived really into the startup scene. So whatever the government is going to look like, I'm actually quite optimistic that we won't lose it after post-September, post-election. And that's why I'm probably also optimistic about this digital minister thing that you're referring to. I know this has been a request by us for many, many years. We haven't been successful. At least there was a state secretary named for that. So hopefully the next step is even a minister, and hopefully politicians are that open to give away power, because it's mostly about, for example, the infrastructure minister that has to give away power, and also others, right? Because like the digital minister is probably getting responsibilities from others, but it's not that it would be the first time there's a new ministry created. Right, we had that before, so I see a good chance, even if it's not the Chris Democrats, but maybe even another type of government.
Fantastic. I have to say it's been great to hear from the both of you and from the very different perspectives from both sides of the spectrum. And we're on for our next panel. I thank you two so much for joining me here today. And I think we're going back to London for our next panel.
Hello, Mike Butcher from London, and now we're going to do a panel about one of the main features of the Startup Nation Standard, the social diversity and inclusion clause. But let me just remind you that it's about social inclusion, diversity, and protecting democratic values, in fact. So to unpack this aspect of the Startup Nation Standard, we're joined by member of the European Parliament, Henna Virkkunen, Martina Larkin from the World Economic Forum, and Bindi Korea from the European Innovation Council Board. I think we've had a technical problem with Nuno Sebastio from Fidzai, unfortunately. But we have a fantastic and excellent panel for you right now. So thank you so much for joining and welcome. Perhaps if I could turn to you first of all, Henna Virkkunen. As an MEP, I'm sure that you've been taking a lot of interest in some of the discussions around the Startup Nation Standard. And I'd like to hear your reaction about the fact that the issue of social inclusion, diversity and democratic values have actually made it into this policy. What's your reaction?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to this interesting panel, and I have to say that I'm just now having some technical problems, so my camera is not optimized here, as you can see. Hopefully I can solve this, and hopefully you can see me anyway. But I think when we speak about startups, I think really the sustainability and the social dimension, they are very much in the heart of the startups. And if I'm thinking, for example, the innovations we are having in Europe and what are really needed to tackle these global challenges we are facing, I think it's often startups who are starting this process, who are really in the heart of the innovation. So of course, I'm very much welcoming these steps, what you are taking.
Fantastic. I'm glad that you're welcoming it. That's good news. Perhaps if I could turn to you, Martina Larkin from the World Economic Forum. For obvious reasons, World Economic Forum is a huge powerhouse of policy and initiatives and ideas. Tell us about how you view the issue of diversity in relation to entrepreneurs and startups. What's your view in your organisation?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and it's great to be here. Well, I think we all agree, at least on this panel, that European tech will only reach its full potential and true potential if diversity and inclusion are really at its core. And I have done a lot of work with my team at the Forum around how can we bring the innovation ecosystem in Europe, not only sort of up to speed and at scale, but also how can we make it really to reflect the values of Europe and the EU, which are obviously around diversity and democratic values and all of that, and inclusion also. So to me, it is incredibly important. The data shows that, the research shows that, but there's still a long way to go. And I'm also on the board of EIT, the European Institute for Technology and Innovation, which is one of the institutions in Europe that really drives also this inclusion and diversity element. So I think it's becoming much more of a visible topic, but there's a long way to go, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. But it's encouraging that certainly that we're beginning on this journey. Perhaps if I could turn to Bindi Karia now from the European Innovation Council Board. I know that the EIC has a number of initiatives on this issue, such as targeting up to 50 early-stage deep tech European startups founded and led by women. Tell us a little bit about your approach at the EIC and why you've set these kinds of targets. And also, I'd love to hear your reaction about the Startup Nation Standard.
Well, first of all, thanks, Mike, and hello, Martina and Hannah. Nice to be on a panel with the two of you. I think it's fantastic that we're starting to put this into policy and starting to make it a standard. I think EIC, I've been on the pilot board. There have been sort of two versions of the board since 2017. And what I can say is the formation of the board already had this thinking in place. So we were 50% female since we launched the board in Davos in 2017. So that's been fantastic. This is what we are about. So when you have 50% female on a board, we are going to make sure that we think about diversity and inclusion. And so really what's happened, the EIC launched yesterday, and what we can say truly is we're committed to address system bias on gender. So there's lots of actions that have been put in place for the work program for this year, which is an initiative to fund women innovators. It's called Women Tech EU. It's funding and mentoring. A woman leadership program that you mentioned, and that's kind of an accelerator program, and it's about 50 female-founded startups in the deep tech space to really help through. There's a prize for women innovators that was announced yesterday. We're prioritizing 40% women CEOs invited to EIC accelerator interviews. I think the last round, it was about 25%. A target of 40% women CEOs funded by the EIC accelerator, and actually a target of 50% women in all EIC advisory structures, so including the board, which is we are at 50%, but also the remote and panel evaluators as well. And gender dimension is included in all relevant topics. So we're getting there, and we've really put that in. I think the other last comment I'd make is I recently stepped up to chair the EIC Diversity and Inclusion Working Group. And the working group is actually looking at what we do for the next program in 2022. It's addressing gender balances and all of that, but actually we're looking at other diversity aspects over the longer term, so race, disability, et cetera. So that is coming down the pipeline. So we really are, as EIC, trying to put the money where the mouth is.
Well, that's fantastic to hear, and I'm sure that you will have heard about the Startup Nation Standard and how it was similarly attempting to recommend this kind of initiative to European states. Perhaps if I could turn to Hanna Vakunen, and one of the one of the points about in the SNS is the promotion of role models, giving awards that promote and recognise diversity in the startup community. How do you feel that the European tech ecosystem has developed in terms of gender and ethnicity diversity? Do you feel that role models are there for everyone to see still, or do you think we still need some work?
Yes, it's for sure that there is still a lot of work ahead of us. I think, in fact, being a Finn, this is a good day also to speak about this topic, because today, 19th of March, we are also celebrating our Day of Gender Equality in Finland. And just today, there's a lot of discussions all over in Finland about gender topics. And especially, of course, when we speak about the innovations and ICT, there is a lot of work ahead of us. In the European level, we are very worried about the fact that only 17-18% of the professionals in ICT, they are women. And of course, it means that we are not using the full potential we have in Europe. And we know that the need for that kind of professionals are all the time increasing. And of course, it means that then the women are easily getting to very poor situation in the job markets if they are not educating those professions. But this is something that the work has to be done in a very early stage. And the role of member states was already mentioned here, but it's also very much up to schools and municipalities how we are teaching our teachers that they can also take account this aspect when they are teaching small boys and girls, because we know that it starts very early in the childhood when the girls and boys start to think that where they are good and where they are not good. And we should always encourage everybody to use their full potential. So I think there's a lot of work ahead of us that we could also support both genders and boys and girls to study subjects like STEM subjects and seeking a profession from the ICT. I think this is very important topic. And of course, in all the workplaces, it's also important to take account this aspect and try to hire people from the different backgrounds, because I think that then we will get the best ideas and innovations if we are having people working together who are coming from the different cultures and different backgrounds. And there is also females and males working together.
Thank you. Yes, and it's certainly worth thinking about that. And what good timing on the day of gender equality in Finland to have this discussion. Martina Larkin, one of the provisions or the recommendations rather in the Startup Nation Standard is to talk about startups addressing marginalisation and social exclusion linked to low income, education, location, cultural disability. And certainly the economic diversity is also something to be taken into consideration. How do you feel Europe is doing on issues such as this? There's obviously still issues to address, of course, in social exclusion on an economic basis. But what's some of the research and ideas that are coming out of the World Economic Forum regarding how startups can develop in diverse environments? I'm thinking perhaps of displaced people, refugees. There's initiatives to get refugees to become entrepreneurs. Europe and Germany in particular, for instance, has been an amazing welcomer of refugees, for instance, and that's also powered some new startup initiatives, and so there is a sort of an interesting sort of social and economic diversity that perhaps this Startup Nation Standard might also highlight. What's your thinking about that?
Yeah, I think that's certainly true and very, very important. I would say it probably depends quite a bit by nation and by country, so it's difficult. Also, there's no data actually available on a pan-European level how well we're doing on all these aspects of diversity. So I would make also a call for more information around data and data collection on this on a European-wide level. but certainly the economic aspects and the social aspects are incredibly important. And it was raised before by Hannah, the workplace, I think, is an important one. How can we get more diversity also into companies, into startups? There's a couple of startups that are doing this. I think Color in Tech in the UK is one of them. There's CCAT in the US, which are addressing this particular problem. There also, some of them are helping with, accelerator programs for much more diverse audiences, and helping with funding, which I think is one of the key issues for these diverse startups, which and founders do not get enough money. Already on the data that we have for women, it is not equal to men. But when we look at other aspects of diversity and minorities, it gets even worse. So that, I think, is an important aspect when we think about the social and economic dimension.
Thank you. Bindi Korea, at the European Innovation Council, I know that you've also looked at such as issues around hiring and talent. One of the provisions in the Startup Nation Standard is about hiring on diversity of ethnicity, gender, religion, age or sexual orientation. And so tell us a little bit about what your thinking is on the talent aspect of why is it a good thing to hire on a diverse basis? Does it improve startups, for instance?
Well, I can only speak from personal experience. I'm, a woman of Indian background, raised in Kenya, UK, and Canada. So I'm sort of flying the flag for diversity. And I like to think that the diversity of thought, because of our background and experiences, brings a sort of tapestry of insight that's different to your standard, typical startup led by your typical, usually a man who comes from a particular background. And that's actually been the case around Europe for a very long time. And I think the other thing to think about is we need to think about, Mike, the entire value chain. What I mean by that, it's not just startups. We need to look at who's financing these startups. So you look at venture capital funds, the percentage of female partners who are making the investment decisions are very few. And the number of women-led funds, although increasing, they're still getting turned down for funding from LPs. So then you have to think about LPs, and the LPs including that diversity of thought and inclusion. So fair and fine, we talk about hiring at a startup level, but we've actually got to think about the whole ecosystem. So not just the founders and the companies who, quite frankly, I see, on the ground thinking much more diversely, but until the VCs and the investors start to think and act more diverse, and until their LPs start to think and act more diverse, then that's when the whole ecosystem will change. And we've got a long way to go, in my view. I'm not trying to be negative, far from it. I think, what Martina and Hannah have been talking about, we're starting to move in the right direction, but we're not there yet. 1% of VC funds in Europe are, female founded or female led. And I can anecdotally tell you about 4 female-led venture funds who've been turned down by LPs for reasons which we challenge, going, would you have turned it down if there was male LPs or male-founded funds? And then one Eastern European fund joked with me going, Bindi, just look at the number of funds in CEE where the name of one of the managing partners is Peter. And we've got to fix the whole system before we can actually have that sea of change. So my view from the ground and what I'm seeing through the whole ecosystem.
That's absolutely crucial point, yes. And I think that when we talk about the Startup Nation Standard, I think it's really not just about startups themselves, but startups being effectively a byword for anything to do with startups, whether it be LPs, limited partners who invest in venture capital funds, or venture capital funds themselves and the partners there. So it's an extremely good point that really we shouldn't just talk about the startups, but also the people who help the startups and fund them also should be looking at diversity as well. And of course, but also there's an underlying economic benefit here in terms of how entrepreneurs can benefit from diversity in bringing new ideas, new perspectives, and therefore making their products and their companies flourish. And that's all about growth. And Henna Vakunen, as an MEP, post-pandemic in the EU, governments and economies are all going to be having to think about growth going forward. And so how do we build diversity into the new environment post the pandemic? How do we make it part of the DNA so that we build a better world as a result? What's your view?
The two main policies what we are now pushing forward in the European level is that policy of Green Deal, that we want to be climate neutral quantity in 2050. And of course, it means that many new innovations are needed. So we really need our startups here. And then another subject to where we are investing now heavily is the digital economy. And of course, the startups are again in the heart of this transition again. But I think during the pandemic, we have seen also how the job market has been changing and also the people's behavior, and really the digital economy has been getting an extra boost now during the last year. So I think we have to focus now much more to education of the people. We have to take care that everyone will get good education, but also those people who are already in the working life, we have to prepare their digital skills, and many people maybe have to find a new profession. And of course, I already underlined earlier that we have to really educate more people to ICT professions, and there is so much needs in everywhere in Europe. And this is something where we are very much coming also to gender topics, because we know that we have to really encourage more female to seek these careers in the future. And those role models, what was mentioned before, they are really needed here in this. So I think many actions has to be taken in all the levels, in cities and schools and member states, but also in the European level, that we can reach this target and we can really use the full potential we have in Europe and in the people who are living here.
Thank you. Martina Larkin, can I also put that question to you? What's the thinking at places like the World Economic Forum about how economies, especially in Europe, can build back post-pandemic and put new kinds of thinking, such as proper, real diversity policies and social inclusion policies into the thinking of economies and capital systems? What's your view?
Well, first of all, if you speak about the recovery, I think this dual transition, digital and green, is so crucial for Europe to get right. And it's a very exciting opportunity, I think, for a lot of startups and the whole tech and innovation ecosystem in Europe to work together on those very ambitious goals. When it comes to sort of the nuts and bolts of it, as I said, I think data is incredibly important. What gets measured gets done. So having more concrete data on what works, what doesn't work, where do we need more diversity, where do we need to increase certain aspects of diversity, and that's not just women, but also ethnicity and socioeconomic backgrounds, as you've mentioned. And how can we learn from certain countries who do it maybe better than others? How can we really share best practices? And then just generally on the European level, I think, Europe still lags behind if we want to get this right in terms of R&D. This is just a really crucial point, and getting more diverse voices into this, also into R&D, would be incredibly important, I think, and exciting for the future.
That's actually a really good point. The R&D level, of course, startups often produced and are spun out of R&D initiatives, thinking of the Horizon 2020, 2030 funds, which support so much of that. And it'd be great to get that DNA, that diversity DNA, into those the R&D level as well. So much work to be done. Bindu Karia, can I jump off what Martina was talking about in terms of data? Now,
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. You can't change what you can't measure. Do you feel that European and EU initiatives are doing enough to collect data on diversity across the board, across the spectrum? Could it be improved? What can be done better, and how can we improve?
I was about to go on, just about to say, well, I'd love to carry on with what Martina spoke about. I think the data thing is really hard. Yeah, I think the data thing is really hard because in some countries, you're not allowed to do any data sharing except for maybe gender, but actually my race or my religion or my LGBT background or whatever, you're not allowed to track that. And anecdotally, again, I know there are funds that have been raising money focused on diversity, but they're like, we can't actually market ourselves in certain countries in Europe because it's illegal to do that. So to me, it has to be at a governmental policy level across all the EU states and the UK where we can get that data and track it. Obviously in the UK, for example, I would class myself as BAME, which is Black, Asian, minority, ethnic. But again, that is sort of optional for me to tick the box, you know, whenever we do a census or whenever we're applying for anything. So I think the real challenge is in order to get access to the data, we have to make it easy to provide that data and to say, this is who we are and where we're from. And in many EU states right now, that's just simply not possible. Gender is easy, but gender is not just diversity, right? Diversity is way more than that. And so I think we need to really start fundamentally. So this manifesto, while fantastic, we have to be able to convince the states to be able to share that kind of data so we know the base that we're at and what we need to do and where we need to go. So that's my kind of 2 cents on the data story.
Very, very good point. Thank you, Bindi Korea from the European Innovation Council Board. And finally, my final question to Henna Verkunen, MEP. What's your view about whether or not states will sign up to this Startup Nation standard? Do you think that issues like diversity will attract them to the point of where they'll sign up to this standard and actually legislate around it?
I think these are very, very important values for all the Europeans, that we have to really give equal opportunities to everyone and use the full potential we have in our societies. And of course, I hope that all the member states, they can also see how crucial role the startups are playing in our society now, when we really need the new kind of innovations and what we can do as a political decision makers. I think the most important thing is that we are really, of course, investing to research and development in Europe, and also to education of the people and reskilling the people. And then also we have to take care that we have that kind of regulatory framework that is innovation friendly, that we can encourage the new innovations and we can take care of the ecosystem of our startups in Europe. So I think these are the most important thing what we have to do in the political level, in the European level, and in all the member states to make sure that we can have good ideas and innovations in the future. And of course, now especially we are paying attention to this diversity, and it's something what has to be done in the local level, in the national level and European level, in all the policies to support these actions. So it's for sure that European Parliament will do its own role, and we will encourage all the member states also to focus to this area. I think it's important that we are raising awareness of this topic like we are doing now in this panel, because I think this is often something that people just don't think about. They think that it's so natural, it's so much in our culture. So we have to really raise awareness of this, that we have to still work for that.
Fighting talk there. Thank you so much. That's absolutely correct, and exciting to see that you're so supportive of this initiative. And so I'd like to thank anyway that our panel on that issue about diversity in startups, Henna Verkunen, MEP from the European Parliament, Martina Larkin from the World Economic Forum, and Bindi Korea from the European Innovation Council Board. And from me in London, Mike Butcher, I'm throwing back to Simon Schaefer in Lisbon. And it's been a great day to to be participating in this event. Thank you.
And back from Lisbon, thank you so much, Mike. And, you know, I hope you're back being a European real soon. And towards the end of this amazing day so far, I would like to now hand over to the Deputy Minister for Communications, Mr. Hugo Santos Mendes. Hugo, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Simon. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by saying it is a privilege to give the closing speech on such an important event and to address a few words concerning Portugal's views on such a central topic. It is great to see so many good examples from policymakers and startup entrepreneurs striving to take the lead and to make Europe a beaming light in the new digital world. This global pandemic crisis has proven that we must be able to share will, knowledge, and talent to build solutions for both collective and individual goals. Solutions that will only be fully effective if deployed in a collaborative way by different stakeholders. Now, if there is one ability that this pandemic challenged in the midst of all this uncertainty, is our ability to read into the future. However, let me give it a try. Imagine yourselves in the year 2040. It seems likely that when looking backward, we will recognize 2020 not only as the year when COVID sent most of the world to several lockdowns in a row, but as that crucial moment where the digitalization process was given across all sectors a decisive and tremendous boost. This drive towards digitalization needs various components, both in hardware and software, both in business and governments, both in organizations and citizens. I'd like to focus here on that part of the European Digital Compass that ensures that connectivity is available for all, entrepreneurs, citizens, and governments. Talking about connectivity means talking about infrastructure, the backbone without which the collective spirit of disruptive entrepreneurship and innovation cannot be nurtured. State-of-the-art digital infrastructure is one of the central components of our new landscape. A landscape that enables new digital business models and sees them as a way to make sure that Europe can foster innovative and disruptive paths. The same paths that facilitate startups can emerge and grow anywhere, and not only in big urban areas or in the countries in Europe's geographical core. Thus, we need to promote the right conditions for investment, both public and private, and the right framework for regulation, both smart and able to create a level playing field between large and small firms and central and peripheric regions and countries. The development of digital infrastructure and connectivity is one of those areas where the transformations which enhance efficiency and competitiveness have to go hand in hand with the policies that foster digital citizenship and bridge the digital divide, the same divide that this pandemic exposed and deepened. As such, digital citizenship is no more an utopian long-term vision, but an urgent priority for governments and socially responsible businesses. Building digital citizenship implies ensuring that all citizens have access to quality electronic communications, networks, and services at an affordable price. It is made out of the recognition that the path to full membership in our societies is made of civic, political, and social rights, but also a bundle of what we can roughly start to call digital rights. To foster digital innovation and entrepreneurship, and to build digital citizenship and inclusion. These are the goals that motivate dual-track policies also in Portugal. Policies that, on the one hand, aim at the development of excellent fixed and mobile connectivity, of international 5G corridors, and of ecosystems for data centers and for submarine cables landing stations, which will certainly make Portugal a crucial hub in the European data gateway strategy. On the other hand, there are policies that aim at increasing the share of our population accessing high connectivity. For example, augmenting the reach of high-speed broadband in low-density areas, and making sure that economic and social inequalities do not hinder the access to the digital resources that are a central part of our society's primary goods. Still, in the wave of the digital transformations that are sweeping societies, we want to aim higher. Portugal has a long history of discovering and building new routes. Today, we clearly see the agenda of digital transformation as a huge new opportunity to embed our economy in the global commercial fluxes, to increase competitiveness and productivity, and to transform the pattern of our industrial fabric. Our vision is that Portugal will consolidate its position in Europe as a digital innovation hub with highly skilled talent and robust infrastructure. A hub open to innovators and entrepreneurs, embedded in a community of digital citizens. Many thanks for your participation today. Let's shape together the digital future of Europe. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you so much, Hugo. And obviously, I could not agree more. We're almost at the end of this day, and before announcing our surprise guest to really close the digital day here during the Portuguese presidency of the European Council, I want to say a few thank yous. I really want to thank the European Commission, Roberto Viola. I want to thank, of course, Thierry Breton. I want to thank the team of DG Connect, Gerard de Graaf, and the people that have been working so diligently on the Startup Nation Standard and what is to come with the Europe Startup Nations Alliance. And I want to really warmly thank the Portuguese, because it is really fantastic to see how wholeheartedly entrepreneurship is embraced, and to push this agenda today during the presidency, I believe, is a sensational achievement. And with that note, and on that note, I would like to pass on to the President of the Republic of Portugal, to Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa. Thank you so much for listening, and on to you.
Celebramos hoje o Dia Digital 2021.
Good afternoon. Today we're celebrating Digital Day 2021. This is about the digital transition, which goes hand in hand with responsible and fair society and economy. Without sustainable development for our economy, we will all suffer even more greatly from the consequences of climate change and health problems. As we all know, the UN General Assembly set out 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which include economic growth, sustainable economic growth, inclusive and sustainable, I should say, full and productive employment, dignified work for all. These aims are essential now more than ever, and they've all been interlinked more than ever. Creating jobs, innovation, qualification, upskilling, universal access to knowledge and to new technology, these are all the essential cause for progress. And that means a green future cannot leave anyone behind or any business behind. The green transition, the digital transition must lead to human development-based economies, to greater social economy and reduced environmental risk. Digital Day and other initiatives like this strengthen the EU, and they contribute to recovery in the economy, a green recovery, a digital and fair recovery based on qualification, on innovation, and to social rights being guaranteed. There are gaps in qualifications and skills in digital and other areas which we have to roll back. Only thus will we have the skills that we need for the people who need them. The employment market is more and more competitive. Internationally, everything is more and more competitive. Young people looking for their new jobs, their first job, people who've been laid off, who are unemployed, all these require us to roll out these digital transition goals, particularly if we want more gender-neutral access and gender parity and so on. We need to improve the skills also for SMEs and their employees and to bring in new talents into these new fields. For this, we need the digital tools to be there at every level right from the outset for all levels of education and training. COVID-19 has dramatically increased social inequalities. Inequalities between the weakest, most marginalized, but also at a global level between the rich and poor. Existing asymmetries such as the role of women at economic and political decision-making level or within the European social agenda are all fundamental issues we must tackle. And during the Portuguese presidency, it is our intention to use this, including through the green transition tools. We want to roll back these inequalities, especially those that have been exacerbated by COVID-19. We must help young people find jobs. We must support gender equality, boost entrepreneurship. We must ensure that all have decent wages for decent work. This pandemic we've been going through, are still going through, and the transitions it's brought, it's force-fed, should be seen as an opportunity as well as a plague. It made, for instance, remote working more and more relevant. It's shown how important a digital transition is for our economies, to modernize, to internationalize our businesses, to modernize our society so our society can become fairer and more inclusive. Therefore, I'd like to congratulate all those who took part in today's Digital Day 2021 and all those who took the floor, who took part in dialogue on these essential subjects, and for putting into practical reality an agreement which actually deals with a lot of the gaps that there are at a digital level in many member states and will help us move forward. And one last message for all of you is that for Europe and for the world, the future is now. In fact, the future might have passed us by if we're not quick enough. We need to play catch-up more than ever, and all have to be brought on board. States, governments, local and regional authorities, businesses, administrations, citizens. We need to put words into action, to put signatures into concrete actions which will make Europe lead the way internationally for socially inclusive, environmentally responsible growth. It's not enough for Europe just to defend these values worldwide and on climate change to play a role, but also in protecting the environment for future generations. But even beyond that, Europe must take steps to roll out a proper digital transition. Thank you.